There we go.
Now,
yeah.
Okay, now it's official. We're now live so far. Hey, everybody. Once again, this is the 10th anniversary of Team Night Saturn. Now, I know that some of us have been on the site for a very long time, and some of us have been on the site for not so long, not for a very long time, but have managed to produce a fair bit of content on there. So pardon me for the whole mix up. It's my first time streaming. Nevertheless, I'm glad that everybody Chris is finally here. Good evening.
Hey,
Okay.
What's up, man?
Hey.
Hey, Jack.
Hey, Chris. How you doing?
Great. I see
Fabulous.
Lucas out here. I need to put my shirt on real quick, all right?
Okay.
Did we get to a bad time?
It's going to be a bad time here. How do you... Just take your time, dog.
Does it?
There are blushes.
Take your time, guys. Oh, shit.
You could have said.
Yeah, so I do apologize a bit for
Thank God, dude.
because I usually think it's like it was gonna play automatically, but I didn't realize
Sorry about
that. So
There
also
we
have
go.
to,
That's better.
I also have to press go live. Okay, so in future streams, I will definitely remember to do that because especially if I do my own individual streams. So yeah.
Yeah, I
So-
think I have to pick up a few tips when I do some more of my own. The first one was okay. The second one was a complete disaster. So
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I'm just glad that you're the one hosting the event because, I think I would have messed it up even more than you do. I mean, I wouldn't say you messed it up, just that, it's just, you mentioned before that you did it just for the first time. So, that's okay. I probably would have done the same mistake.
Fair enough.
I'd be surprised if I even know what buttons to press or what stuff to do. So we're glad we've got Anthony, who's better at it than we are at the moment.
Well, I kind of learned by doing because I have partaken in a couple of live streams by YouTubers that I really like for example, the Italian Stallion 51 or Fabio. I've taken part in a lot of his live streams, very entertaining, very fun, and I've also taken part in other live streams like Bartons and Kyle Colgren's from Browse Held High, if you know that web show.
Oh, I do indeed.
Yes, I do.
So I kind of knew my way around it, but never got into actually hosting my own live stream until now. So thank goodness for Lucas when he pointed out that we're not even live yet, and I realized we have to go live. So thanks so much, Lucas, for giving me that reminder.
No problem. And surprisingly, how I got in was I posted my Superman 64 review. I got a comment from, I think it was Jack, who posted it. Or Jack, who commented my video and said, hey, we're looking for content creators to join our group. And I had to do some research on you guys, and it turns out you were actually legitimate. So I thought, you know what? Why not? I joined.
That's amazing.
Right on.
Yeah, well, Jack was kind enough to invite me after watching some of my stuff, and I hadn't really joined a group like this before. I auditioned, as it was, for a channel Awesome, but they turned me down. In hindsight, that was a good thing, but I'm glad to be with this group of delightful, creative crazies.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I know Tony forever because I remember I did my impression of him. He really liked it. So this is my first time I've ever seen his face for the first time, actually.
Well, as the general baby of the group, Chris, welcome.
Hey guys, what's going on?
There.
Good to see Antonio. Though I remember that he talked about. I remember we talked on the phone for the first time. I remember he disliked Spike's voice. That was Bruce Willis. I mean, Bruce was fine. I mean, I know he didn't like that though, but The only disappointment though, Lou Pickles was in there for only a few minutes, and then he was on Indoctrination with the family. That was my least scene, my least part of the film, though, that Lou was absent for most of the scenes in the Lipschitz cruise. I was like, where in the world is Lou at? And then Lou was also there, not there too? What the hell?
Well, I think what I sort of meant to expound on in terms of Bruce Willis's Spike is that it's really wasted talent incarnate, because
just like you said, you mentioned that Bruce was and then I was really glad that they got the cast of the Fairly Odd, no, not the Fairly Odd Friends. Was it the Wild Thornberrys? I'm glad they got Lacey. They got Danielle Harris, best known as as Jamie Lee Lloyd from Halloween. I thought that was interesting right there, and Tim Curry. I'm just sad that Tim is in the wheelchair. But he still looks the same. But I'm glad he's trying to get better in no time or so. But I'm glad that he was in the TV movie of the show he did, was best known for doing the what was it? Yeah, the Rocky Horror Picture Show that he did a long time ago, and then he did the TV on it. So, and it was really and St. Lauren Cox as Frankenberger. Dr. Frank in that film. That is crazy.
Well, the thing is, though, I've seen the original and I've seen the remake. There's a difference between transvestite and transgender.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I don't really, originally, I think I heard that Adam Lambert was going to be Frankenfurter, which would have been much better. But because of touring conflicts with Queen, he ended up being Eddie, which, in my opinion, that was the only good thing to come from the remake.
Yeah, I thought Milo was great in that one. He was about to get ready to release Bat Out of Hell in the next few years later. So I love his song Opportunity though. And there can't believe that Tim Curry just like axed him with that axe. I'm like, oh no, Eddie's gonna die.
And well, in real life, I was gonna say, God bless him, because
I like Milo. I have his music. I've been a fan of him ever since. Or so I love. And then I'll never forget he was in Spice World, and I'll never forget he says. His line from the song from the movie from that Spires from movie. It was really, I was like, did he just recited the lines from "I'll Do Anything for Love"? I was like, oh my god, really?
I won't do this.
Yes, and also he was in the Miami that he did with Kara Culkin and I thought to myself, whoa, is that Macaulay Culkin's brother, Karen?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Sharon Stone was there, and Elson Henson, who I know from from Mighty Ducks or so. I thought he was okay in that. I thought Elson Henson was fantastic.
Because the thing about Kieran Culkin was that we all knew him as Fuller, the bedwetting cousin from Home Alone 1 and 2.
Every time he drinks the Pepsi.
That was Coca-Cola actually.
Oh,
that's right.
It's still soda.
I know, but I didn't like Devin Ratchway was a pain in the ass. I don't like Devin Ratchway as Buzz. I hated him. But
he was supposed to. Buzz is a bully, so
yes, he is.
Yes, he is a bully. Me and Kevin and his parents don't believe him. Rest peace to this guy right here, which is John Hurd. Actually, plays Kevin's dad. Though I thought it was him who yelled him in the end of the first movie, but that was Buzz at the end of the first movie. Then it was his father, though. But shame on him for being in White Chicks. I hate White Chicks. I hate
nobody likes white chicks.
The only thing I thought was okay was Terry Crews. Every time I see him, like, America's Got Talent, and everybody hates Chris.
I never got into White Chicks at all, even when it came out in theaters when I was 12 years old.
It was made by some of the people that started on Living Color. No,
exactly.
No joke.
Yeah, I understand what it was trying to do.
When Marlon we're not in part 3 of Scary Movie 3. They were too busy making that movie instead.
That's why they did do Scary Movie. I forgot about that.
They were in 1 and 2, and they were not in 3. They were doing White Chicks, and then part 4 that was the last one for Anna Faris, and then Anna said she was too old and she didn't want to do it anymore.
Oh yeah.
I was like, come on, really? And then I thought it was really funny to see Dr. Phil and Shaquille O'Neal in that movie. I thought that was really the highlight of the film because me and Shaq were born in the same birthday, so it was really. And then of course Deborah Wilson on Mad TV is over. I thought he nailed it. I thought she nailed it perfectly. I'll never forget when they spoofed the Oprah Winfrey show when Tom Cruise was on, and then he did this with their hands. I'm like, oh my god, that really hurts. That's some wild stuff. That was like, holy shit. That's some weird. That's the most awkward thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm like, holy shit.
I mean, I do at least remember one pretty funny moment from Scary Movie 4. I mean, I haven't seen the full movie, but I've seen a clip where the teleprompter gag that was pretty hysterical. Like when Ferris' character wrote down something on the teleprompter.
And I think it was City, yeah. And then of course Charlie Sheen was in there too as well. And Charlie Sheen was in 3 and 4. And then for some reason, in part 5 they had nothing to do with it with Anna Faris, and then they had Ashley Tisdale in there. I saw and I saw this part where she's doing one of the list was like, what the hell is that? Why are you shushing your by doing this with her mouth? That's so weird.
It's a shame that why would you ruin Maddie and Candace?
Right.
Yeah, I know. Oh, and then Chaperay. Don't forget Chaperay, Lucas. Chaperay from the High School Musical films.
Actually, it's Sharpay, but close enough.
Yeah, Sharpay.
Sharpay, yeah.
So everybody, I know. I mean, I don't know.
I grew up with Disney Channel as a kid, so I know what it's like.
Yes, to me Ashley Tisdale will forever be Candace for me.
Well, Ashley Tisdale, I'll always know her as Maddie, Sharpay, and Candace. And she was also the voice of Yuko from Whisper from the Heart.
Oh yeah, and then I'll never forget she was on. She did drop the mic. Actually, I thought that was pretty good. Not that bad though. Drop the mic is the. That was
the rap battle with it was started by James Corden on the Late Late Show.
Yeah, and then Haley Baldwin was Bieber who was the host of the show. I saw the Kenny G one. That was my favorite one ever. I like when Kenny says somebody called Ryan Seacrest to pick up his dad, and he was facing Richard Marx actually because they both did because Kenny had him in his album of At Last Duets album that he did 2004 though. It was so funny. He did that though, and then Charlie was facing all 5 members of the Backstreet Boys one by one.
Charlie Puth.
That was a pretty good one by Charlie. I mean, I'm happy for Charlie and Tony. I'm happy that he's getting married though.
Oh, who?
It was Haley Baldwin and Method Man who were the 2 hosts.
Yeah. And did you see Haley did this face like that? I'm like, what is that? What was that? And Justin didn't know that. That's ridiculous. I was like, that's ridiculous, Haley. Why did you make that? That is disgusting. That is so disgusting.
If you asked me what my top 2 favorites were on Drop the Mic, it would probably be either the first one I ever saw was Shaggy versus Matthew Lillard, the battle of the Shaggies.
Oh my!
And I was like Shaggy, and Shaggy was great too, though, and Matthew Lillard was great as well, though, because I like it when Shaggy does this. Not a horrible impression of Scooby. He's like,
I'm actually glad that and of course my second favorite is of course will always be the Muppets because I'm a huge Muppet. I'm a huge Muppet.
Yeah.
Miss Piggy dominated the whole thing.
Also, Rascal Flatts, the Voice to Men, though. I was like, "Where's Michael McCreary at? Where's Michael McCreary? We want Michael out here." So, but Josh is the one that does the beat drops or so. So I like Charlie Puth and the Backstreet Boys because Charlie was facing all 5 of them because all 5, well, actually 4 out of 5 are married except AJ. He's not married to his wife. It's just Kevin, Brian, and Howie and Nick, except for AJ. He's not married. He just they broke up or so. And Charlie was facing all 5 of them or so. And
Backstreet fans can't be moms, Nick.
Yes, that's what Charlie said though, and then also saying the boys at the end, and I like it. And then he did that pose. And pretty much though, and then Brian's like, "I'm not 30, 40. I'm not 40, dog." I'm like, "Well, you are now, Brian. You are 40 right now." He just turned 40 though, and then that was pretty funny. Oh man, let me give everybody my YouTube channel so I can follow it. That'd be great.
I missed that show. Drop the Mic.
Yeah, they had to cancel the show though.
That's just. I think they want.
All right.
I think the reason why they want to keep the show going is to make sure that James Corden does not win a single Drop the Mic battle.
I know, and they're facing Dr. Phil at one point.
And all because he won against Ashton Kutcher, the show ended up being canceled.
All right,
I like
so we
Ashton
got
Kutcher.
Chris's YouTube channel ready. So if you want to subscribe to him,
Excellent.
so
Thanks,
let me
Johnny.
try to
You're trying to first Mr. Burns. Excellent,
So
Smithers.
it looks like we're
Gonna,
we're being
drop it in the
quarantined at our
comments
homes actually.
here. And
Right, let's see.
so here we are. So our dear viewers, you're welcome to subscribe to Chris Loutit's channel.
You got the name right. Yep.
Yes, indeed. So you're all welcome to subscribe to his channel. He's got some very interesting discourses on film, animation, television
Yeah,
shows.
I actually
and
added
all the
some.
like.
I added the Rocky films on there because YouTube had added the Rocky movies from 1 to 6.
We got,
And then I
we
added the Browns games and the Cardinal games because I'm from originally from
got
I didn't
something
know
from
I'm from Arizona though.
Lover. Coffee
Yeah.
Lover 239. Oh, be lurking in the chat since I'm out for now. Jack did send me the link in case I make it back in time. Happy
you,
10th
Coffee Lover.
anniversary, and I'm very grateful to be a part of the site.
Well, you're welcome, Coffee.
always
And
happy
we're
to
glad
have
that
you.
you're part of the site.
Also, Chris, sorry to say this, but I'm a Braves fan. Braves County. I'm sorry. I was born and raised a Braves fan, so.
Oh, yep. Right here, Lucas.
And for all you for folks out in YouTube land, this is our sort of unofficial mascot for now, MC.
Hello, MC.
Mary has a cat. She says meow.
Good thing, one thing we'll not do is play that meow meow song in the background.
I love chicken. I want liver. Now, please deliver.
There are some things that are just beyond the rights of man to do. Yeah.
If playing as long as not one of them.
Sorry.
Well, I'm relatively new. I've only been here, maybe 4 years. But I found that you people are really, really great people. You're all a little crazy, just like me. Some more than others, but that's how it goes. And I'm really glad to be part of this group that we can share our stuff and learn from each other.
Thank you very much, Karl.
And we can do stuff like this.
Well, now that you got the ball rolling about how we got our start on Team Night Saturn, how about you, Jack? How did you come up with the concept of Team Night Saturn, let alone the whole history behind it? You know.
Well, just like many other reviewers online, I was a fan of, a lot of the content creators on That Guy with the Glasses, which later on was renamed to Channel Awesome, but it was Channel Awesome right from the get-go. But, I've posted some of my, I didn't post reviews in video style. I was actually just writing some, blog reviews. And at one point, I think I just figured out, since it's very unlikely that I would ever, become part of, Channel Awesome, I've decided to create my own website, but the concept behind it would be very different, because unlike Channel Awesome, which were usually looking for, people who had, had a, decent number of viewers, I've decided to, create a review website which would be, allow some relatively obscure, internet critics to join the site. And I mean, of course, we also did had some members, and do have some members which do have a decent viewership, but for the most part, I'm talking about like we as a, that's like we're a company like me and a few others. I mean, we usually care about talent. Like talent takes more priority than whether or not someone has 1K subscribers. It's more about the talent itself, and it's actually, I would also say that it's a good thing that I didn't become member of channel. Also, I mean, ignoring like the whole controversy they would eventually receive, I must say that my earlier work was not really the best, and it took about 5 years for me to finally get an acceptable quality with my content. No, I think I'm just downplaying my self-confidence. No, it's actually pretty good. Like, it became relatively good around 2018. But to get back to the main topic, the overall reason why I decided to create Team Night Saturn is because I just wanted to give people who have next to no audience, to give them a chance to shine.
And I think I could speak for everybody that you've managed to do that for a good number of us. Some who have been veterans in the site and some who have been, on there but have now branched out to other endeavors.
Yeah. And we we had members come and go, and for the most part I managed to end things on relatively good terms. Other times not so much, but thankfully nothing too hostile. It's always like unfortunate to see some genuinely talented members leaving the site. On the other hand, I gotta say that some of them, like especially during the earlier years, and this is something that I do kind of regret, because I also didn't really had an age limit back then. Like, anyone at any age could pretty much become a member, which isn't really like the best idea, because having people below the age of 18 becoming internet reviewers. I mean, people do go through a lot of stuff during their lives, and whether or not one actually, and I've seen a lot of them pretty much just quit doing internet reviews. This was basically, or like a phase that they went through. Like, they enjoyed watching internet critics, and then they grew out of it. I mean, which is okay, of course, because, but it just kind of proves my point that when somebody is very young, and they might regret doing that, like, at a young age. And I just gotta say, like, I've also noticed that a lot of these former members, I mean, I'm not gonna use names because I want to stay, I want to keep this discreet and respectful, but some of them, they did eventually later on went to, like, they changed their minds a lot of times if it comes to whatever they were talking about. And but I gotta say, I think I'm glad that I eventually decided to put an age limit, like that people do have to be at least 18 years old to join the site, because I think people do have a clearer mindset once they become adults, for the most part, at least.
Exactly. I mean, it kind of shows you that, well, when you reach that age of 18, let alone 19 or even 20, you do have a bit more nuance with what you want to talk about, because when you're still a teenager, especially below 18 years old, you're still in your experimental age. And
Exactly.
me personally, as a personal anecdote, I did not start being an online reviewer until the day before I turned 21 years old, because back then, it was basically me just uploading acting videos. And I unfortunately took an acting video down, which was my father's stack monologue. It's thankfully no longer on my channel, but that video got so much flack, especially from people who are hardcore Father Ted fans and who kept on telling me, "Oh, your acting is so lifeless. It's all that." And I was 19 years old back then, and I didn't know if I wanted to go forward with being a reviewer. And it wasn't until I was, 20, 21, especially when I also started to upload more music related stuff, that I started to go the route on being an online reviewer. So, of course, there is some truth to waiting until you're at least, old enough to be a reviewer. Because if you start out in your teens, it can be very tough to also grow out of it once you reach adulthood. And I also compare it to being a child star, let alone a teen star, especially since we're mostly speaking as millennials or people who are exposed to Disney Channel and Nickelodeon, especially in the 2000s. That can be a very tough transition.
True.
Well, I think that Jack has made some excellent choices, and he's helping our set to grow and develop, and bringing in fresh blood, and people who are maybe a little more experienced on their own. And it's good to be part of a larger group.
Exactly.
Thank you.
You know,
Yeah, I'm trying my best.
So
I see you doing pretty good.
oh yeah, you're doing absolutely wonderful.
Thank you, guys.
So who spills their guts next then?
I
I'd
guess
say
me.
Lucas.
All right. So actually, Fairly Odd Gamer was not the first YouTube channel I started. I actually started YouTube back in 2008. Not as a online reviewer. I just post whatever I can. When it comes to gaming wise, I had a commentary channel called VG Commentaries that I had for I'd say about a year or two, and then that disbanded. And I thought I want to try more into gaming, so why not try game reviews? So I started the idea of Fairly Odd Gamer originally as an LP channel. I play the game and then I talk about it afterwards. But then I thought, you know what? Let's just make it a full-on review channel. So that's where it got stuck as. And I did come up with I came up with the idea of Fairly Odd Gamer because, well, Fairly Odd Parents is it is based on Fairly Odd Parents, even though, yes, I have not reviewed any of the Fairly Odd Parents yet, even though I've gotten requests to talk about these games. I have all of them. So I'll get to them soon. But I started Fairly Odd Gamer at around 2008 when I had Hux Gamer. I designed Hux Gamer, but the costume itself was I had someone commissioned. I commissioned someone to get done for me. And
Yeah,
so,
I was wondering whether or not you were the one who actually designed the costumes, or if you had someone helping out.
I designed Hux Gamer. I just didn't make them. And most of my costumes actually come from foreign countries, mostly Peru or Mexico.
Okay.
So
Interesting.
yeah. So I remember I want to do something to involve mascot costumes because I'm also a cosplayer, and I thought I actually debuted Hux Gamer at MomoCon, which is a convention in Atlanta in 2018. Tried that for a couple of days, and I thought people loved them so much. So I thought, why not try that with mascot costumes? So I became a mascot cosplayer in 2019 with Scrooge McDuck. Funny story. I was actually in that suit for about like 9 hours on end. I did take the head off every so often just so I could breathe. And so the rest is history. I don't want to go too much into it. I don't want to go too much into detail. Let's go about the Fairly Odd Gamer. So I reviewed Finding Nemo in 2018. I try to be similar to Nostalgia Critic, AVGN. Some call me Johnny. Those three people. I came out as a bit too angry, and people didn't really like that.
I think this was also around the time where the angry reviewer genre was slowly starting to come less favorable.
Right. That's I jumped out at like the wrong time. So and then over time, I thought I became less angry and became more laid back, like laid back, calm. And even if I did review a bad game, I tried to do it as calm as possible without having to go overly upset. So,
It's very important to try to get a nice balance.
yeah,
Exactly. I think that was something I've also had to learn as an online reviewer, because when I look back at some of the older reviews that I've done, I guess you could say that there were some that I did in bad taste or bad faith at worst. I don't want to go too much into specifics, but you'll find out a little bit later.
Mhm.
So is there anything else, Lucas, that you also want to expound on, especially with your beginnings as an online reviewer and the stuff that you do?
So as I said,
now?
my inspirations were AVGN, Some Call Me Johnny, and Assault Crick. Who, by the way, in case you didn't know, if you saw the Chipwreck review, I was actually in an Assault Crick video. I was in Comic Con in the Assault Crick panel, and I was one of the wedding guests.
Wow.
Okay.
Literally, I was on the front row with a jean jacket and a Sonic Mania shirt on.
But you were technically there.
Yes, I was technically in the review. So,
Mhm.
and I do know the people of Channel Awesome. I know Doug. I know Doug very well. I'm one of their Twitch subscribers. So
Okay.
I am familiar with their work. I do watch some of their content now, but I don't watch it like every week. You know what I mean? So, but for me, I think in terms of the early years, I tried like the Grinch costume for the Grinch. Like anytime I do like a specific review and I have a certain mascot costume for that, I can use that for any specific review. But I think the one review that actually got the most respect and like the most positivity is the Barney review that I did back in February of 2019. It was right around the time that I believe it was, I think, gosh, I'd say like
I'm
30,
City.
so like 30 years of the show being out, and I thought it was the perfect time to have that out. And also, it was on February because it was like Valentine's Day, and Barney's all about love. So, and last time I checked, it to this day the Barney review is still my most viewed game review of all time with over 53,000 views. So
awesome.
That's a lot.
Right on.
And that was
amazing.
And that was the video that kind of got me on the map to being. So basically, for game reviews, not many people talk about licensed games. Like people talk about games of whatever they want to, but for me, I want to focus more on how movies and TV shows or any other franchises are somehow transcribed in video games. So that's kind of like what my specialty is, really. So, see, I always tell people like, hey, I run a YouTube channel called The Fairly Odd Gamer, in which I review video games that tie into movies, TV shows, or any given franchise. That's basically what I do.
I mean, this is a fairly unique concept compared to other gaming review shows that I know.
Right.
I also like that you're nice and fair with it, because a lot of people, when they do a licensed game, like say AVGN, will basically spend the whole time saying this game sucks, but you provide a nice balance. The stuff that's good and the stuff that's bad, and you try to be fair about it.
Right.
That's possible.
One thing I try to do is I try to compare and contrast. Like first thing you always do is just watch the original source material, like what the game's based on. Like, if I were to do a game based on a movie, I have to watch the movie first and then play the game to see if anything is similar or different.
Of course.
And also depending on if this game is better or worse than the film it's based on. And most of the time, they're not that good. But there are a few exceptions in which the video game tie-ins are actually good, if not better, than the movie they're based on.
Here's a question from Miss Kitty, and it's directed to me. What is your opinion on Friends? I did not watch Thomas and Friends that much. I mean, it's fun. I'll give it that. It's a fun show when you watch it on its own, but in my experience going around the internet, I've seen its civil fans and I've seen its toxic fans and it's really, really strange fans. So I'm a bit conflicted with Thomas and Friends. I never really grew up with it that much. What about you guys? I'll pass the floor on to you about your opinion on Thomas and Friends.
Well, I've never really seen it. I've seen videos about, of little this video is like why Thomas and Friends is a nightmare world and that kind of thing. But I never really watched the show myself.
I mean, I did actually, watch a couple of episodes from that, and it's especially like the earlier seasons, the ones before they switched over to, CGI. I mean, it had a lot of charm. Like it had a pretty sweet low budget charm, I would say. And I would say, other than that, but I must say I haven't really watched it like too often. But one part that I really have to think about because I really cannot stop laughing is the mashup between the Thomas the Tank Engine theme and mixing it up with the Prince of Bel Air theme. Like I really have to laugh every time I think about it.
I mean, for Thomas and Friends, for me, I don't really watch much of the show either. I've heard of it. Actually, how I first heard of Thomas was, believe it or not, the live action movie Thomas and the Magic Railroad, which was like theatrical film with Alec Baldwin, Peter Fonda, Mara Wilson. It features some of the Thomas characters in it, but I'm not really familiar with the show at all. I know it was like George Carlin who narrated one time. Ringo Starr narrated it one time. Just the original. I didn't really know there was a remake. I'm sure it was done by Mattel. So.
And Chris?
Yeah.
Your opinion on Thomas and Friends is asked by
I've seen the show. Yeah, I remember the show. I remember Thomas the Tank Engine a long time ago. I mean, it was on PBS a long time ago because Ringo was the one that did the Mr. Conductor, and then George Carlin, best known for Bill and Ted, and the sequel is in there. And I noticed that Jonathan Freeman, who I didn't know at the time because he was Cheeto, and I'm like, is he the one that plays Jafar in Aladdin? And I'm like, I was like, yep, it was him. I think the most weird episode I remember was when I was disappointed though that the jukebox band never met the humans or so. I remember Diddy Kong from Grease in the sequel. I was mad that they didn't bring back John Travolta nor Olivia Newton-John. They didn't want to do it. Diddy Kong was the only one that stays on the show, and then that's how. And then she was the only one that did the sequel in the original film or so. And then Eddie Deason as Mandark, he returned as Eugene or so. And I was watching the video on YouTube where they show the cast is getting longer. Well, so the only people that is not in it was Dr. Channing. She was not in the before they were stars. That was an England show. They did her so it was really, really interesting to see John Travolta and Chris and Olivia Newton-John and the rest of the cast reunited. So and bless the soul to who is it? To Jeff Conaway, and also it was the last film for Eve actually. Eve is it? I'm trying to figure out who it is online here real quick. And it is really sad that she passed away though. And she plays the teacher in that one. I think the principal though. It was Eve Alden, Miss McGee. That was her final role before she passed. That was her final role. That was the only movie she ended up doing though. So that's how I got to know Thomas the Tank Engine, and I got the toys a long time ago, but I didn't get the set actually, which is a disappointment though. I just got the Mr. Toppin Hat and also the Mr. Conductor. So that's the only that's the toys that I got, and also the trains actually that I got for Christmas in '93 when I was 6. So that's how I got to know the show Thomas the Tank Engine and then Shining Time Station. Because like I said, I know Didi Conrad from Grease in the sequel. And I also know Jonathan Freeman was the Jafar in Aladdin. He was Tito in that show. And then Mr. King, for some reason, I don't understand why he got so mad that he was surprised that the big nickel was rolling by. That was when the evil scheme, the evil Mr. Conductor, also played by George Carlin, made him slip and made him cry. That was really sad, actually.
Also, a fun fact. Apparently, if you're in the UK, Sir Topham Hatt was often called as the Fat Controller.
Yeah, and also and then there's some changes with the voice acting, with the narration by Ringo and George Carlin at the same time or so. I remember when Ringo goes, "Oh you!" That's Ringo's shout. "Oh you!" And then it's "Hey you!" That's what George had to say. Ringo's line is, "Oh you!"
Who'd have thought that Thomas the Tank Engine would be narrated by a former Beatle?
Ringo. Ringo's my favorite. He's one of my favorite drummers, though. I mean, he's still around here. Peace and love. Peace and love. I love Ringo. Right.
I'm just trying to imagine who would narrate Thomas and Friends. They would do it in Australia.
Yeah, and then Alec Baldwin was the one who also does the narration as well, though. And he did the movie though, and I noticed Doug Walker did talk about that movie or so. I noticed Mark Wilson was there.
Oh yes.
I was like, what the hell is I was like, what the hell? And he played out some videos of Doug when he was younger. I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck is that?
Funny enough, if you go to the DVD of one of those autocorrect DVDs, one of the things he talked about was his childhood videos that Mara Wilson tortured him with.
That is so terrible. I was like, what the fuck is Mara Wilson doing? And then also, nerd! Ryan James Rolfe, actually. The angry video game nerd right there. Nerd! I mean,
I'm always reminded of how old I am when someone says that George Carlin is best known for Bill and Ted.
Excellent!
We got it, Lucas. Oh man, I was really sad that the third. I know everybody hated the third movie because they didn't get George Carlin in there.
Well,
Fun fact though, that was filmed in Phoenix, Arizona, down here or so, and they filmed the mall shots at Metro Center Mall in Phoenix, Arizona. That's where I'm living right now. They shut it down permanently. It's gone now. So they shot it right here in Arizona, though. I thought that was a really fun fact right there for Lucas and for Jack and for Tony, though. I thought that was interesting right there. I thought it was really funny, though. And I thought that was really funny, though. And then when they did Major League, they filmed Cleveland for a bit, and they showed the Cleveland Stadium, and then the errors were and that footage was used for the. And then that was the county stadium where the Brewers play back in the day or so. And they used that video. They used that footage. They took that footage. They put it into Richard Marx's music video of "Take My Heart" or so. We have Bob Uecker and Bob McGuire, and then Eckersley makes a cameo in that music video. I thought it was pretty funny to see that or so. They recycled the scenes from Major League, the original Major League or so, and everybody did not like the third one because they don't have Charlie Sheen. Dennis Haber was the only one that was returning or so. Willie Mays Hayes was not in it though. The only guy Scott Bakula from Quantum Leap, and then Harry Doyle was the only one that came back for this one. But I thought it was interesting right there. I was like, what is going on right there? Because Charlie Sheen was not in the sequel though. They just focused on about the Minnesota Twins. They only talk about that's the only thing they did for the third movie though. So it and yeah, that's the only thing they ended up getting though. So that's the only thing they wanted to make. The only person was Corey Burnston, Bob Euchre, Dennis Haybird, and Tadeki Ayashibi. I got that's the he's also a singer and a comedian, so he's the only one that plays the same role in both films of that. And Dennis Haybird, who I know from his the Allstate voiceover.
Yeah, Dennis Haybird.
Allstate guy.
Yes.
Yep, and then I know now it's Alicia Keys now, and then I know he's also the voice of Meet the Press. Actually, that's the show that is done by Chuck Todd, and then Chuck didn't leave the show because Chuck is getting ready to move on, and they got a new anchor take over. So, and then it was good, and they added Tim McKinley from Marriage with Children. What? That is so weird. And then this is the second time they did this with the Minnesota Twins. Actually, they did a movie called Little Big League or so, and I'm glad they got Boomer on that one or so. Oh, that's right. We have a great program. What do you guys say for so Keyshawn Johnson? Hey, Boo. Hey.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And others are resident film trivia buff.
Is it from the above or there, Kenyon? Oh man. But yeah, I thought that was really funny right there. That and I was really sad that Luke Edwards had to let one of the players go. I was like, why? I was like, what? I was like, what? What is it? I thought it was really, I thought it was really sad though. I was like, what the heck is going on with what's the boy's name? His name is Billy. Billy Haybird. And his grandfather was a Minnesota Twins fan. And then the best highlight was they put Randy Johnson and Ken Griffey Jr. and the rest of the players in there, make a cameo. I thought that was great. I thought it was really good though. It was Ken Griffey Jr., Lou Piniella, Mickey Talent, Pudge Rodriguez, Sandy, Eric Anthony, Alex Fernandez, all those guys are so. And also Pete Crow and Armstrong was in there too. Best known for them. No, yeah, he only played one game with the Cubs. Okay. Let's see.
Well, that was a lot of information in a short time. Thank you.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yes, I think you're going to do very well with this group.
Yes, I will.
Exactly.
Yes. This group is filled with buffs.
Yep.
I think we've all got a 20-sided die hidden away somewhere.
Oh, really?
Well, with all our love of stats and buffs and things like that, I bet some of us have had a little bit of experience with rolling a few of those back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Is it my turn to deliver my life story then?
Go ahead.
Floor is yours.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
As for me, when I got started in stuff, it was kind of a weird way because of Sonic the Hedgehog. I watched the show when it was first on, mostly the second season, and then I was reading a
question. Which one? Sat AM, Adventures on the Hedgehog, Underground. Which one?
Sat AM.
Yeah.
And I was reading a Sprite webcomic called Power Rings, and they had a link to Doug Walker's review of those two of Adventures / Sat AM, and I watched that. It was really funny. And about a year later, 2009, I started thinking maybe I could do this too. So I did a few relatively short videos, one of which you'll see later on. And I just kind of kept going and kept adding more stuff, talking about more things, expanding my repertoire and characters. I got a lot of people up here. I got to get them out somehow. And I just kept going. And eventually I tried to join Channel Awesome, and they turned me down, but that's fair. And then Jack came along, and I thought, oh, this is great. I can finally get to be with a group of people who are just as strange as I am. And I just kept going ever since then. I mean, I try to put a review out every 2 weeks at least. I expanded outwards with my new stuff like cartoon convos or Karl reads and things like that. And I just got to get my contents of my head out there onto the screen. And I'm very glad and happy that I have a chance to do it on the company of you peoples.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much it for me, I think.
Fascinating.
Nice.
Awesome to
Question?
hear.
How many episodes have you made? I mean, how many reviews in total?
Oh, good gracious, it must be over 200 by now.
Wow. Are they all still available to watch, or because these are a lot of videos?
Well, I've got a central page that I have them on, but I post links on YouTube when I put up a new one. So I've been at it for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Things have changed. I've changed my background. I've changed my costume. Sort of kit bash when it comes to costumes, like Dr. Myron Evilo. A mad scientist character is an oversized white shirt, a green undershirt, and a toy stethoscope from a toddler's kit, as well as mirrored glasses. When I first started out, I would find it difficult to not read the lines from the teleprompter in a very dull and monotonous fashion. So I had to wear the glasses so that people couldn't see that I was reading it. But I think I've gotten a bit better since then.
I remember
See why I wear
I remember some of my earlier videos. I actually put the laptop right there, and to read it down, because I do have a bad memory if it comes to remembering my script, like my lines, like the lines that I actually wrote, which I know sounds very. I mean, I don't really have the best memory, and back then I do have to put the laptop down below in order to, to deliver my lines.
Oh, we got another question from Miss Kitty.
Oh,
What are your thoughts on the What's New Scooby-Doo Halloween special with the scarecrows? I don't know if you could be a little bit more specific about it, Miss Kitty.
Yes,
but
specific. Which one?
Yeah, I'm not
It's
really.
been on a long time. That doesn't really
Yeah.
narrow it down very much.
Is it having Halloween Scooby-Doo? Is that what she's referring to?
Excuse me?
I think it's Happy Halloween Scooby-Doo.
Oh, probably. I think that must have been the one. That must have been the one.
I don't just. It says scarecrows. Let's see.
Interesting.
Scooby-Doo?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. She's right. No, Scooby-Doo and the Scarecrow. That's what it's called.
Oh, okay.
So I've seen that one.
I haven't heard of any new Scooby-Doo content.
I remember catching What's New Scooby-Doo when I was 10 or 11 years old. I enjoyed it. I definitely liked the revamped and remixed, personalities of Velma, Daphne, and Fred, But with this Halloween special, I kind of remembered catching it when I was 13 on Cartoon Network. It's sort of a faint memory for me. But from what I could tell with the show as a whole, I still love it. I think it's a faithful and still very good reboot of Scooby-Doo from the 21st century.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, right before Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated was released.
In my opinion, Mystery Inc. is, I think, the best version of the show. I love all the others, but Mystery Incorporated is just, chef's kiss. They got it exactly right.
Exactly. I mean, they knew how to amplify the horror elements and the teen horror elements in this case, as well as the more supernatural stuff going on, especially when you add in references to Twin Peaks and many other of the horror movies that get referenced on Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated, but also a fair amount of drama. As for What's New Scooby-Doo, it's arguably the second best one that I still love to this day. Although these days I'm extremely burnt out with the Scooby-Doo franchise as a whole.
Mhm.
And even back then when I was 14, 13, I was already burnt out. So my memories with Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated was a bit slight, but I remembered liking it.
Yeah, I think we can all agree that the point when the show started to burn out for most of us until they brought it back with stuff like Zombie Island was way too much Scrappy Doo.
Yeah.
When they
I don't hate him. I don't hate Scrappy Doo at all.
Yeah, I don't hate him either.
They just took the idea of the team mystery thing, and they just had Scrappy and Scooby and Shaggy together, just doing their own thing. It just didn't feel the same to me. I don't hate him either. If I saw him, I probably wouldn't kick him too hard, but I don't feel that he was really necessary to keep going after he got the show going just a little bit longer from the original run.
Exactly.
And I'm glad they're not using him very much. Although Mr. Ink did have the bit when they were in the museum, and it says, "We all promised never to talk about him, ever."
Yeah, and I thought it was a bit of a jab, especially when it came to his reception of how Scrappy Doo was received. But I never hated him. I never really understood the vitriol against him anyway. I think in his defense, he's a lot more willing to go head on against the villains. And of course, in the new Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo mysteries and the new Scooby and Scrappy-Doo show, he was actually reliable.
Mm.
And of course, 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo, who could ever forget that? He was a very reliable ally.
I must admit that in 13 Ghosts, he was an excellent character, though Flim Flam is... Well, there's a door to the flaming pit right over there, Flim Flam, going right through there. I was not a fan of that character.
Sometimes I kind of wish that Flim Flam just shut it up, okay?
Yeah, I agree.
I get that it's sort of bringing the kid appeal character, and I know that it's fine every once in a while, but come on, we already got Scrappy Doo on board. But me personally, I am just indifferent to Flim Flam. I'm just indifferent to him all the way through.
It's been a long time since I've watched, that show, but I do recall enjoying it. And hey, it had if my memory doesn't, fault me, if I don't have any faulty memory, I do remember that it had Vincent Price in it.
Oh yes,
Yes, it did. Very much so.
the one and only Vincent Price,
who also did the rap for Thriller, the monologue.
That's right.
He's also good doing the. Yeah, you're right, Lucas. He did a good job in that one. So I did like him as the role of Radican in The Great Mouse Detective. He was evil in that one. I like his smile though. But one legend, he died from lung cancer, and he was in Edward Scissorhands. I thought his performance was fantastic in that. And Batman, the '60s Batman, as Eggman or so.
Egghead, actually.
Egghead.
Egghead.
Right.
I mean,
If you think of Eggman, you're probably thinking of the Dr. Robotnik, also known as the Sonic's arch enemy.
That's right. Jim Carrey played that role, though. I like his haircut, though.
That's what we're doing again? Nobody cares!
I know.
Now, I don't know if any of you have ever heard of this show, but Vincent Price also did the sort of little bumpers and sections between bits for the hilarious House of Frightened stuff.
Oh, yeah, I like the opening where he says, "Another day of lonely night, but with ghosts green skin, so close your eyes that you arrived in Frightenstein."
Yeah,
I like that. James Rolfe did talk about that in his Monster Madness reviews. I thought that performance was fantastic. Or so, I remember he made an appearance on David Frost's show a long time ago. I like when he goes, "I am waiting for me." That's
right.
The way he talked like that is just priceless. And pretty much he said, and the first word he said was "boo." That he right to his daughter when he.
I tried to scare you all.
Yeah, I would try to scare you all.
Yes.
And then at the very end, he just it shows him in the makeup. But John Landis, the director of Thriller, I'm known for that role. You don't recognize him in that makeup though. Rick Baker, who does who also makes a cameo, he's a zombie in that one. And Michael was scary though when he was as the and then used stock footage from the movie of American Wolf of London though with I thought, and they used the same eyes, same sound effect, and it was really scary though. And then Frank Oz was there as well. I was Miss Piggy, and then also he's also a police inspector in that scene too. And then there's a very scene, Antonio, if you watch that movie again, there's a part where the car comes by. John Landis makes an uncredited cameo. He ran himself, and then the car just ran him over, and crashed into the window. That was John Landis right there.
Actually, funny enough,
really?
That was John Landis, the director. He ran. The car just ran into him, and then he crashes through the window. That was John Landis. God. Yep. And then also Brad Dourif did some, and I'm so glad that Michael saw that movie and he came up with the idea of doing a short film of that Thriller video.
Thriller. It was the same people that made that movie. I'm so glad.
And it was I thought that it was a fantastic performance that I ever seen by Michael. It was really scary though when he did that scene right there. When John landed, when he crashed into that window, and there was really this. When I saw it, I was like, maybe I can find this on my YouTube on YouTube real quick.
American London.
That was crazy. That Liz makes an uncredited cameo here.
Well, I think that Werewolf was a kind of a good breather film from the more heavy sort of horror element movies of the 70s and so forth, back to the point when everything got drowned in slasher movies.
With Halloween, Friday
the 13th, and Freddy and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, but back when it was just a bunch of teenagers and just count which one of them is going to die and how. So what American Werewolf was a good, solid horror movie with a sympathetic hero / villain, which we really don't get enough of anymore.
Oh my gosh. And actually, funny enough, we're in October right now. It is literally a Halloween season, so it makes sense that we're talking about this.
Exactly.
I don't really watch, horror movies all that often, except during the Halloween season, because that's usually the perfect opportunity to doing so. And
that's why I usually try to save my scariest review for actual October, as close to Halloween as possible. Most of the time I do, well, that's very scary, depending on how bad the film is, but the most Halloween-y reviews are saved for this month.
Fascinating.
And I actually started this a couple years ago because for my channel, I also do like a Halloween review as well. But I think I started this a couple years ago. I started doing something. It was based on Nostalgia-ween. That Nostalgia, I call it the Scary Odd Gamer, which I review Halloween or scary related video games. And I started off with Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street for the NES.
Right here. That's John Landis right there on the phone. You can see right here. That's him right there.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
In the blue bandana. Right, that's him right there. Right there. Right there. That's him right there.
Yeah, with the bandana, like you said.
Good
on the full screen.
Yeah. I full screen that, yeah. So that's what he looks. Let me zoom in closely so you guys can take a close look. There, yep, right there, right next to that video right there. That's John Landis right there.
Wow. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like, and that's how and then that's why he crashes into that window. And I was like, how did he do that? I was like, what the hell? And Frank Oz was only in there for a scene or so. He played. We all know he was Miss Piggy, and then he did the inspector in that scene. So that's the only scene he was in, though. I thought that was pretty. I thought to myself, what the hell is John Landis doing there? And that's how. And then Michael. And then pretty much though, when they were about to do the black and white video, John
Landis came back to direct that.
Well, Chris Columbus was originally going to direct that video, but he said no. He declined it. So Michael had an idea to get John to come back, and then they got Macaulay Culkin to do that video with Michael, and they became very good friends. And then he became, and then that when the trial was going on, and that's when Michael never done anything done with Macaulay Culkin ever in his life at the time.
Because of the controversy.
Yep, the trial, because and then he was found not guilty, that he did not do anything bad to, because he had done nothing wrong to that right there. Yeah, I'm gonna share with you. I'll show you what it looks like. So I hope everybody can follow my YouTube. I hope everybody can do that.
Oh yeah.
I hope everybody can do this. So Miss Kitty, are you still there on the chat? Go ahead and follow my channel right there. There's the link in the description right there. You can check it out yourself, though.
Exactly.
Yep.
I'm also spreading the word to various Facebook groups. The 10th anniversary live stream, so that there will be hopefully a little bit more people commenting in the chat or even partaking, whatever fits their fancy.
I enjoy it so far.
Oh yeah,
it's a lot of fun.
I think it's a real shame how show business can take somebody in who's young and with promise and sort of chew them up and spit them out. There's been so many child stars whose lives were completely ruined by just appearing in one or two movies, and then they get big and then they get burned out or whatever. And sometimes they can make a comeback later, like Macaulay Culkin. Other times they just get completely destroyed by the industry. Because that's what it is, an industry.
Exactly. I mean, Alison Stoner's video about the insidious system of what Hollywood does to its child actors, you guys should check it out. I mean, I wish I could be more articulate about it, but you should really check out the system that she mentions about wages, the times that kids get on set, and all those hidden areas of contracts, this and that. It seems like if you're a child actor in Hollywood, you pretty much have to be like a sort of mini adult. Now, aside from Jeanette McCurdy, or aside from Alison Stoner, good thing I was leading onto it. Jeanette McCurdy, remember her book, I'm Glad My Mom Died? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I have not personally read it myself, but from what I've understood from a lot of reviews of that book, it's kind of hard-hitting. There's some humor mixed in there, but the overall package really is rather hard-hitting as to understand what she had to endure from her time as a child all the way to her tenure on iCarly, especially when she mentioned the creator, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Schneider.
Yeah, I usually, whenever I'm reviewing something and, that has, a child actor, and I usually, I remember back during the early years of interview was that, it was very popular to pick on, the acting, all that kind of stuff. I usually, like, even if I bring up that the acting isn't really all that good, I usually try my best to never go personal with that, because especially if you know about the constant bullying that Jake Lloyd, for example, went through, like this, it can really like destroy somebody, like even if one doesn't like somebody's acting, like that it needs to be handled with caution. Like even if I criticize the acting, I usually go out of my way to stay respectful towards child actors, because they do deserve to have a to a healthy childhood and everything.
I absolutely agree. Yeah, I may despise to the depths of my soul the concept of the Kenny, the annoying child character off a stuck into a monster movie, but I have nothing against the child actors themselves. They were told what to do and they did it the best of their quality. It's the writing around them, like with Jake Lloyd, for example, that is the bad part.
Mm-hmm. And we have another question from Miss Kitty again. What is your opinion on Tom and Jerry Blast Off to Mars?
I felt it was a lot of fun.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
kind of cool to get actually off Earth for a while. And the Queen Mouse was, well, Martian Mouse was actually pretty funny. There wasn't, well, thankfully, there wasn't quite as much Tuffy as there is in some of the other versions. Never really cared for that character. But I thought overall it was actually pretty fun. And a lot better than some of the more horned-in appearances, like in the Willy Wonka version they did.
Oh yeah.
Tom and Jerry Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, and it was great to see they're wearing the same clothing and the same car. And it's good to see Jess Harwell, best known as Willy Wonka, though. He was good in that one.
Yeah. Tom and Jerry Blast Off to Mars is just a lot of fun to watch, but you know, my personal favorite Tom and Jerry direct-to-video movie is Tom and Jerry and the Nutcracker. It was just absolutely beautiful, man.
Not the Magic Ring, right? You had never seen the Magic Ring before. Because...
I saw Magic Ring. I saw Magic Ring when I was 12 years old.
Oh my god, that was a long time ago. I remember they were on Cartoon Network a long time ago or so. I need to see the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory one because I've seen the Willy Wonka, the one with Gene Wilder one, and I need to see the Tom and Jerry one online today or so. That's crazy because it was good to see Jess Harwell.
Just like what my experience with Scooby-Doo, I'm still kind of burnt out with the new with the newer incarnations of Tom and Jerry because you can't go wrong with the classics. You really can't go wrong with the classics.
They did once,
especially with Mammy Two Shoes.
When they did Tom and Jerry the movie, I think that was kind of a mistake.
Oh yeah,
having the characters talk. So I put this: the first rule of Tom and Jerry movie is we don't talk about Tom and Jerry in the movie.
No.
I don't think that's so much of an issue with them talking because they also talked in The Lonesome Mouse.
True.
My major complaint with Tom and Jerry the movie is that
it
was too ambitious.
They were talking.
Yeah, from what I remember, I feel like
Richard Kind and Dana Hill, best. I recognize that voice. I recognize that.
God bless her.
Yeah,
she was a group of Max in the group troop though. And then
Richard
Kind, who I know because he was in the Bugs
City, I believe.
And the Bugs Life, and so Charlotte Ray, who I know, she is, and also Tony J.
Fact of Life.
Yep, Fact of Life. Yeah, that's the show she was and Tony J, who I know because Tony J was the villain in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles though back in
Disney
mid '80s or not. Yep.
Well, he did Disney, yes.
Also, in Rugrats, he was Dr. Lipschitz. I love that voice.
Yep.
And he was also in Hey Arnold, though. There's an episode where they were at the subway and they got stuck in the train, and Helga started crying down. And I'm like, I recognize Tony. Now I know. They use the newspaper. That's how he talked. That's how. And I thought he was going to play Scar in The Lion King, but it belonged to Jeremy Lyons, but then it was
Jeremy Irons. But when it came to be repaired, the last part of the song was done by Jim Cummings because I'm guessing Jeremy Irons' voice.
Yeah, Jeremy
I
Irons.
actually met Tom Kenny in 2019 or so. It's on my YouTube channel. So you want to check it out, Lucas? It'd be great. Yeah. See it though.
Tony J was also the voice of Shere Khan on Disney's Tailspin.
Yes,
Tailspin. George Sanders was the original voice.
Yeah. George Sanders, the original Mr. Freeze in the Batman '60s show.
And then also and what about they also did Jungle Cubs as well on a long time ago. And then I was really sad.
But on the Jungle Cubs, the young Shere Khan was voiced by Jason Marsden, and I enjoyed his voice.
I met him multiple times.
They're doing Goofy movie though. Bill Former's been doing Goofy forever, 30+ years. That's amazing.
Oh, sure.
I met Jason Marsden multiple times at conventions. He is one of the best people I've ever met.
I love Bill Former.
I met him too. Actually, yes, I met the voice actors of the current.
Rob Paulson's always been one of my favorites. I love Rob Paulson.
I love Rob Paulson too.
Always like Rob Paulson. He's my favorite.
I thought now he was mentioning everyone that I've met at conventions over the years.
I love Rob Paulson. He was Carl Reiser from Neutron, and he was in Raphael, and then he did Donatello in the Nickelodeon version of it. It was like
Mark
he made
Chang
a
from Fairly
mistake
Odd
in the
Parents.
first episode of Turtle Tracks. There's a scene where April tries to lead the scene, and then Raphael tried to stop her. It wasn't Raphael. That was Donatello, and then it was Rob's voice. Barry is supposed to say the line. Barry Gordon is Donatello. And I'll never forget. There's a moment where Leonardo and Donatello were stuck on that hole and on that ship, and then I think it was Kim Clark who plays Leonardo. He was doing Donatello. He's saying torpedoes dead ahead, and then Barry Gordon plays Leonardo. Supposed to play Donatello. And Donatello is supposed to, and he's doing Leonardo, and he's in Leonardo's blue headband. He goes, "Do you have to say the D word?" It has to be. Cam's supposed to has to do it in Leonardo's style, and Donatello has to do his style. There's a lot of mistakes on Tina and Tier. So like when Michelangelo's mouth was not even moving in one of the episodes, and there's a moment where while they're walking towards TV, Raphael's bandanas are blue. I'm like, what the hell? I thought it's supposed to be red, not blue.
When you have to do shows very fast, and especially when they have to be shipped overseas.
I know that it was called Hero Turtles, actually, not Ninja. They call it Teenage Mutant. Hero Mutant Hero.
Okay, yeah, it was known as the Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles. We call it Teenage Mutant Ninja. Like, it's like one thing I always find confusing is that sometimes the name changeovers is confusing. Like, for example, the first Harry Potter. We call it Harry Potter in the Sorcerer's Stone. They call it Harry Potter in the Philosopher's Stone.
That's what they call it. That.
How about Zootopia? We call it Zootopia. They call it Zootropolis. I'm like, I don't get that.
Yeah, that's also a similar case with Avatar: The Last Airbender. In some parts of the world, it's Avatar: The Legend of Aang. And in other parts of the world, it's Avatar: The Last Airbender.
I do recall the reason why. I mean, for example, I know that in the UK they renamed it to the Legend of Aang, because Bender is kind of a naughty word in there.
Oh yes.
All of it, but one thing we can all agree on. The one thing we can all agree on is the live action movie sucks.
Indeed.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, the actor wasn't very good, I'm afraid, although I'm sure he's a perfectly fine person in real life, but that was the wrong director for this kind of movie.
Shyamalan is terrible.
And let's don't even get started on all the production issues that went down during that time.
Indeed.
That was done by Noah Ringer, was it Noah Ringer? I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, Noah Ringer.
Plays
I mean, it's such a shame because why on earth would anybody want to touch, a show that is an instant classic and then just butcher it?
Money.
I don't.
Thank you.
I mean,
they had Dominic Roscoe as Rufio from Hook, and then they also had Jack the Shea from All That. Oh my gosh.
Oh, Marcus.
I think we can all agree that whenever we need any kind of a movie or background trivia for our reviews, we should ask Chris. He knows it all.
Let's see.
I feel like there should be some sort of debate as in whether or not we should have more live action movies based on cartoons that we all know and love.
I think we probably
go
with the Disney remakes of their animated classics. That the live action stuff is, but I think it was pointed out by at least Aladdin.
Oh yeah, Will Smith character that.
And it has become just, from what I can tell, it has become just progressively worse over time because they've listened to the criticism that some of their, live action remakes were way too close to the originals. But right now they are also going out of their way to make it so different that it barely even, that it's barely even recognizable compared to the originals. And I haven't watched anything after the live action Aladdin movie, but I'm actually kind of glad I did, because based on some of the reviews that I've watched, they don't really they pale in comparison to the originals.
Right. They don't care. I agree. Yeah. They just said, we got this thing. We're out of new ideas. We'll just turn it into a live action movie and we'll get it on, nostalgia. We'll get a bit of money to shovel into our money bin.
And I gotta say, with some of these, I mean, I can somewhat, I usually try to bargain that, some of these movies are, remakes of, the animated movies that were already, based on, fairy tale stories to begin with. But then you have The Lion King, which, I mean, granted, The Lion King is loosely based on Hamlet, but it's clear that they weren't really.
Kimba as well. Kimba the White Lion.
Absolutely, Kimba. Yes, there's a lot of that in there too.
But it's it's very clear that they weren't trying to make a.
Marcus.
Marcus.
He's on the chat.
Hey, Marcus. Amazing. Well, from the very start with Snow White, Disney has been mining, if you will, the fairy tale market. So it's understandable they would keep going back to the well every now and again, if you'll pardon the rather strained, mixed metaphor. That's what got them big, so that they'll keep going back to that. Whether or not provoking good films.
Yeah. I think another issue. Yeah. Keep going, Jack.
Oh, I want to say one thing that I find, somewhat amusing is because, back when I reviewed the movie Snow White and the Huntsman, I did, defend the, casting the casting decisions that they were casting, small size actors.
Marcus.
Hey, Marcus.
Hello. Is my mic okay? Is it?
Yes.
Yes. We can hear you well.
We can hear you. Hello.
What about your camera?
I can't really make it work. This is just what happens. If I put it on.
Right.
So I'll make it a little tough.
All right. So as I was trying to say, I remember back then they, criticized because they did have, small actors to portray the dwarfs, but they replaced their heads and faces with with better known actors. And I'm not going to dwell too much on that, but one thing that I find very amusing is that back then the criticism was that they didn't highlight that they would changing the faces for more recognizable actors. And now with the upcoming Snow White remake or adaptation or whatever, they apparently the dwarfs aren't even going to be dwarfs, and the reason behind that is just really odd. I don't really get, I don't really understand what they are trying to exactly to accomplish. Back then it was offensive if the dwarfs weren't portrayed by actual small actors, and now it's apparently offensive to have dwarfs at all. And now they are not going to have dwarfs, which is
that makes no sense, really.
Yeah,
it's Snow White and Seven Dwarves. You're technically going to need dwarves.
Exactly. I mean, if you want a dark version of Snow White and the Seven Dwarves, look no further than Snow White: A Tale of Terror, starring Monica Keena as Lily, who's also given the nickname of Snow White, and Sigourney Weaver as Lady Claudia, who is the evil queen.
Yeah, I think I've seen some of it.
I remembered watching it when I was 5 years old, if I'm not mistaken. I liked it. I freaking liked it when I was a kid, and it still kind of holds up well as an adult. This is how you do, or let alone adapt a grim fairy tale, and it managed to do so well. Now, I don't know if you've seen the movie, but we all know that in the fairy tale, the biological mother, you know, it was snowing, and then she accidentally pierced her finger, and then 3 drops of blood fell on the windowsill in the snow, and she was going to name her kid Snow White. But in Snow White: A Tale of Terror, you know how the biological mother conceives Snow White via C-section, and all that blood. I think they stumbled upon the carriage, and the husband did a C-section on her, and that's how Snow White got born. And there was all this blood that's flowing on the snow. Oh yeah.
As far as
check out the opening of Snow White: A Tale of Terror.
Yeah, as far as adaptations of a more grim, if you will, version of Snow White, you should check out the Neil Gaiman stories about her. In particular, Snow White: Blood Red. That's a classic.
Oh wow!
The problem with Disney, especially animated, is they can't really go for the gorier stuff. They have to quite sort of Disneyfy it.
Exactly. I mean, for example, like if if we talk about Red Riding Hood, like in the original fairy tale, I mean, they pretty much cut off the wolf. It's pretty brutal, and I mean that's one thing. I know what's pretty funny is I remember watching the Disney movie Into the Woods, and one part that really amazed me is that they actually kept in the part where the evil stepsisters are getting their eyes pecked out. I was really not expecting that. And however, what I found rather unusual is they have that part in, but without giving too much away, there's a character who dies falling off the cliff, but they don't really show that. It's I think it's implied, but it's but the way it was shot, you wouldn't even know that it was only that when the characters got informed about, and I was very confused. They include the scene with the the eyes, but they can show a character dying by falling off the cliff. That's pretty unusual. But by the way, I noticed that I think Marcus doesn't have his microphone on or something like that. I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
It's just because I'm eating a little bit, so to not disturb by chewing. So I'll chime in if I have something to say. Don't worry about that.
Understandable.
That's cool.
But I think also a little worried to what Disney might do in that they've acquired so much more stuff. I mean, more studios and franchises. Are they going to try to make that their own style, or are they going to let the people do their own thing? Like with Star Wars, when Star Wars is not a nice story. There's a lot of nasty stuff happens in Star Wars. So are they going to try to make it nicer or more Disney style, or are they going to actually do it their own thing? I mean, I personally love the Mandalorian. It's a great story, but I'm afraid if Disney gets their hooks into it more, they might destroy it for the next season, kind of thing.
Exactly. That's something I do not like Disney about these days, because that's why I ended up just abandoning Disney altogether, because they've become this huge monopoly, and they're pretty much taking away a lot of intellectual property, let alone independent property, and then just merging it together.
Interesting. I gotta say, I was very supportive towards Disney for a very long time, but I started to become way more critical when they bought out 20th Century Fox. This was a point where the whole monopoly thing went way overboard. I mean, it's one thing if you buy the rights of certain franchises, but it's another if you buy off an entire freaking film studio. That was where I think, okay, this is kind of terrifying, actually. Disney, I mean, it was for a long time it was a joke that Disney was trying to take over the world, but this that kind of shows that this slowly doesn't seem much like a joke anymore.
I think we're just about this far to the point where they have the actors lined up and open their shirt, and they have a little a sweet circle brand stuck on their chest, like you belong to us now.
It's kind of
As
like
for my
thing,
personal experience,
it's like the thing with Spider-Man where Tobey Maguire takes out the shirt and it reveals the Spider-Man logo on his outfit.
My gosh,
that's what it reminds me of, in my opinion. That's what it kind of reminds me of.
As for me, yeah. As for me, my experience with Disney, it started out quite nice when I was very, very young. I mean, the old films like Snow White and the Seven Dwarves, Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, and basically the Disney princess films from the 1930s to the 1990s were definitely my thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And they were for the most part very comforting to watch. Oh, unless they forget about Rescuers Down Under, which
the Rescuers are so John Candy. He saw
it was an excellent
their first sequel, wonderful.
Yep, and Bob Newhart was the best one ever. So it has his own show though. I think the show ended when he did the Rescuers Down Under at the time.
Yeah, but around the time when I was in the 2000s, we also had Disney Channel, and I remembered loving Weekenders, Pepper Ann.
Oh wow!
And
Doug, Disney's Doug. I don't think you don't like that version because it doesn't have
Disney's Doug. I am very, very conflicted with it.
Because Billy West
gave it kind of a pass. I gave it a pass. But
I gave it a pass on Disney's Doug too. Though the movie was really bad too.
But I do enjoy, the Nickelodeon season of Doug. I
was a big fan of the show, The Mickey Mouse Club, growing up. I loved The Mickey Mouse Club. I loved it a lot. I like Demo Circus. I like Welcome to Pooh Corner because rest in peace to Will Ryan as Tigger and Rabbit on that show. And I also watch what was that show called? Under the Umbrella Tree. I remember that show. That was a Canadian show down there. That was a long time ago. And also Shake, Rattle, and Roll. It's sort of like that robot reminds me of Johnny Five of Short Circuit 1 and 2, actually, that robot. And then that was crazy or so. That was one of the I've seen that show a long time ago. Then also Kids Incorporated, remember that? Stacey AJ Fergie, Jennifer Love Hewitt, and also Jeff Cohen was in there. And Marty Lopez was in there, best known for doing Saved by the Bell. That's crazy. I grew up watching those shows growing up.
Are you familiar with Mouse with Size?
Yes, I was a big fan of Mouse with Size as well. I loved the host of that show. Rest in peace to Kelly, though. I remember the old bumpers though. They and the late Jerry Bishop was the voiceover for Judge Judy, and then he was the voiceover for Disney. Though they aired some movies they had on there just from I remember the old bumpers they had on the Disney Channel back then, Tony. I loved those bumpers back then. So I grew up loving that show then, and they had music breaks or so. And Alice in Wonderland, not the cartoon version of it, the live action one. They had and Harry Carey Jr. from Back to the Future films makes appearance in this show. Mm-hmm. I thought that was interesting right there. Alice in Wonderland, and then I remember they aired the 1985 version of it. I have it on my channel though because they have Ringo in there, Anthony Newley,
and I also loved the cartoons, not just the
Quack Attack.
I loved Quack Pack as well.
Yeah, me too.
I don't really. I know that part of the vitriol against Quack Pack is, it's the 90s, and of course Huey, Dewey, and Louie were sort of given these teenagers attitude makeup, and were voiced by different voice actresses, which in this case Jeannie Elias, Pamela Adlon, and E.G. Daly. I didn't mind that at all. I thought it added a little bit more distinction as to who is who. Like E.G. Daly was Louie.
I also like the fact this is one of the first times we can actually understand what they're saying.
Exactly.
Even with the 87 DuckTales, you had to listen very carefully. It's like, what do you say? What do you say? And all three brothers were exactly the same character.
Yeah. Exactly.
Sometimes it almost sounded like they were voiced by the same person, even though they weren't. But
exactly. Quack Pack, I,
just
would defend. Quack Pack, I would personally defend until my dying day. But the only caveat is that Quack Pack isn't the greatest show of all time.
No, it's not very.
It's okay. It's okay. It's fun for yucks. I'll give it
It's
that.
just a little bit overhated.
Yeah, a little.
Yeah, I never really understood the vitriol against Quack Pack, but I think part of it just came from that Huey, Dewey, and Louie just had almost way too much teenage attitude. But come on, that's barely the problem.
From Hank and the Hill. I'm just looking at the
What's also very interesting is that, I think this is also like the one of those very few times where they were trying to age up some of the iconic Disney characters.
Yeah.
I think the only time this has really stuck was with, like with Goof Troop, like with a Goofy movie where, Max was then actually turned into a teenager, and he actually remade that with later on, which I thought was very interesting.
You know
cool.
what would have been cool on Quack Pack? Have a teenage Webby on board.
Oh.
That would have been fun.
I mean, to be fair, the Webby Webby from the DuckTales remake is better than the original anyway. So
Very true. Yes.
Yeah. Webby just almost felt like a mini Daisy.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
I was-
Rusty Taylor. I love Rusty Taylor.
Yeah, that's actually a good comparison.
Yeah.
I never really thought about that.
I always felt
Daisy also has her own nieces, April, May, and June.
which they do reference later on in the 2017 version in a roundabout.
Yeah.
sort of way.
It's
Yeah,
kind of, because I think there were a lot of missed opportunities for Quack Pack, though. We could have had a teenage Webby. We could have had a teenage April, May, and June.
we did technically have a. I mean, in the 2017 DuckTales version, there actually was an episode based on Quack Pack, and probably the only episode in which Scooby Duck is wearing his iconic blue outfit.
Yeah, that was the one with the genie that put them into a 90s TV show.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
That's the
Scott
one,
Whiter did. I remember that show. When Morgan came back, and then Robin was too busy working on making movies at the time, and he turned down to doing the sequel. Dan gave it to Dan Castanella instead.
Mhm.
So Dan Castanella ended up doing the genie for the Return of Jafar. That was a pilot episode of Aladdin at the time.
Well, I think what we've just stumbled across here is the fact that Disney can do updates and remakes to their shows if they take the care and time to do it. 87 DuckTales to 2017 DuckTales. They can do it right if they try. They don't just churn out more copies all the time.
But,
that would take
going
actual
back.
work.
Oh, okay.
Plus, of course, David Tennant as Scrooge McDuck is just like heart, heart.
Well,
Exactly.
yeah,
Gotta have the heart there.
literally. Honestly, the 10th Doctor from Doctor Who as Scrooge McDuck is probably the best casting. Probably as good, if not better, than the original voice being Alan Young.
Well, I will always love Alan Young, but I think David Tennant was definitely a very important upgrade for the role. Plus,
Exactly.
Alan's kind of busy being dead at the moment, so that's we're going to bring him in there.
May he rest in peace. And, going back to my experience, I also loved Disney's Legend of Tarzan, and I wish the show were also given a lot more attention because I consider it rather underrated. I know that it has some environmental messages.
Me too. Amazing show.
Yes, but my personal favorite episodes are the ones with the Waziri tribe and, of course, the Opar episodes. But I can understand why the Opar episodes are pretty much the fan favorites because of one villainess, Queen Law.
Mm-hmm.
You search the internet and you think Legend of Tarzan, Queen Law automatically pops up. Whether you're on DeviantArt, whether you're on Google, whether you're on some fan art site, it's always Queen Law who pops up.
Can you really blame them?
Excuse me?
Can you really blame them?
Of course not. I can't blame them.
She's
Not at all.
she's definitely
It's called the Lopa fan base.
He was definitely the most standout character of that show. I agree. Yeah.
No duh. I mean, Diane Carroll's sultry, sexy voice filled with that menace and venom. What more can you ask for?
I know. This is dating.
She was a singer in her prime. She was
Oh, yes,
also
yes, yes. This will probably date me quite a bit. But I remember the old Filmation Tarzan from the late 1970s.
Yes.
I mean, I'm 55 years old. I'm older than probably almost all of you, and I remember stuff from back in the 70s up to the present day. And you're talking about being kids in the 90s, and I can feel my bones crumbling.
Well, I caught a bit of the Filmation Tarzan. It's really good.
Surprisingly,
but
yeah.
It holds up quite well. But I always had this little voice in the back of my head saying, "What if this were remade, but more faithful to the Edgar Rice Burroughs books?" Because
that would really be something.
I think they got the design of Tarzan down to a T. And I love it, and I love it so much. I love how his musculature looks. But here's also another catch. Also add in a lot of the elements from the original Edgar Rice Burroughs books, because personally, I always argue, and I always insist that when it comes to the visual medium, Tarzan works exceptionally animated, because of the world building that Edgar Rice Burroughs created in his various novels, the situations that the characters get themselves into, and all the stuff that you could produce that at times live action has a hard time doing.
Minus the racism, of course.
Well, I guess, given that we're living in the woke world, I mean, yeah, there are going to be a lot of people crying out racism, especially with the portrayal of the Black African characters, because you have the tribe of Mobonga, who are cannibalistic tribe, and you have another tribe, the Waziri tribe, which is a more warlike tribe, but they're actually allies of Tarzan.
Yeah.
And of course, you know how Tarzan's adoptive Mangani mother dies in the original novels. Yeah. Kala ends up being killed by a hunter by the name of Kulonga, as I said, of the tribe of Mabonga, who is the son of Chief Mabonga. And I get why she didn't die in the Disney version, because it would have been like Bambi and Mufasa's death all over again. We can't just have another one being rehashed.
I looked up Queen Law on online. You will never guess what one of the inspiration was for Queen Law.
What is it?
Indulgence.
Jafar.
Jafar. Yeah, because of her staff.
That's kind of like in your face, I think. Yeah.
But in the novels, Queen Law wasn't really she wasn't really an all-out villainess. She was more of an anti-heroine, and she had occasions where she was very helpful to Tarzan, but she still kind of had the hots for him. And of course, let's not forget about the Opar, like her the people under her, the men under her in Opar. They're basically feral and caveman-looking men, as opposed to the anthropomorphic leopards that she has.
Well, what I find interesting about the original Tarzan books is that you take a person whose parents are like proper British, stiff upper lip, teeth, and all that sort of thing. You stick them in Africa, and their child is raised to be just this far above the savage. And then you introduce other characters coming in from England, like Jane Porter, and you see the culture clash going on.
Oh yeah,
and how Tarzan is more at home in Africa with his various enemies and allies than Jane is, and the stuff that goes on between them as they try to reconcile to each other's worlds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there was the movie starring Christopher Lambert. Yes, right. Tarzan, the Legend of Greystoke. That's right. Thank you. Where they really looked into that, figured out how it was difficult to take somebody who was like born in one environment and just stick them in another one. He's expected to behave completely different. He just can't reconcile.
Exactly.
So I think maybe Burroughs was trying to do a little bit of a poke at the stiff upper lip attitude of the British, as opposed to how life really is outside of the empire.
Oh yeah.
And as far as other Burroughs stuff, I think John Carter of Mars is basically just having fun with it.
Yeah, I honestly would have loved to see that, adapted, not as an animated film, but as an animated series. That would have been cool.
I mean, there are certain novels which, work much better if you turning them into, TV shows as opposed to movies, because movies you always have to, condense certain things, especially if we talk about those, those really huge door stoppers. But so I think that, this is, I mean, it does depend on the source material, of course. But
Exactly. And stepping outside, Queen Law, I've always loved the Waziri tribe from Legend of Tarzan a lot more, because I figured that, especially being a fan of that set, especially being a fan of, Chief Keewazi and Basuli, that there was sort of like the birth of my AU headcanon, where, Tarzan and Basuli are brothers, and Chief Keewazi not only raises Tarzan, Basuli and Tarzan, but also, get this, George of the Jungle from the 1960s version, and Maugli from the Russian animated film version. So I sort of had that.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
That bring those characters together. That's one hell of a family.
Exactly, and a virile family at that. I've been having some opportunities to try it out on my DeviantArt account, but personal obligations and continuing to grow my YouTube channel, and of course not just personal obligations outside YouTube, but academic obligations, because I'm approaching my third semester in my Master's of American Studies program out of four semesters.
That's
so, yeah.
That's the right choice.
Yeah. But I know I'm going to sound a little bit personal when I say this, but I had a man crush on both Basuli and Tarzan when I was 9, and I loved seeing them together.
Don't blame you.
Okay, cool.
I just love, of course, with their epic roar against Ian McTeague, that was the moment where I thought to myself, it'd be really fun to see these two being raised as brothers and even embrace their feral side a lot more.
Feral, if that helps.
Yeah, feral side, absolutely. Yeah. That was, like I said, Phil Lamar also did an amazing job voicing Basuli, and I love him in that role. I really do. He's got the right amount of, virility and strength to perfectly complement Michael T. Weiss's subtler and more subdued and still strong performance. So I really love seeing both Basuli and Tarzan together. I really wish that the Waziri tribe had more appearances, especially where Basuli is concerned, because he's not only a great foil to Tarzan, but an absolutely great brother from another mother. The same thing can be said about Chief Keewazi being the father that I would argue that Tarzan needs in his life. But that's just me.
As far as human parents go, anyway.
Yeah, definitely. And I remembered catching Legend of Tarzan, but almost being ashamed to say that I like it, because, I think I kind of liked it a lot for, Basuli's and Tarzan's brotherhood, and of course the Opar episodes, especially when Queen Law possesses Tarzan in Return of Law. Oh my gosh, that was freaking cool. But going beyond that, I remember that Disney Channel in the early 2000s was way more edutainment and entertainment focused than it turned out to be from 2003 onwards, because when 2003 hit, Legend of Tarzan was initially taken off the air until it made a comeback in 2004, but things were making a change. Like, it was a lot more girl oriented in 2004. Like, I remembered being 12 years old and kind of being jaded with a lot of the programming from Disney Channel and Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon combined, because I was living in Cebu, Philippines. And if you know the channel Animax, where it's a 24-hour anime channel, it's sort of comparable to 2005's the Anime Network and, you know, the Funimation Network back then, where it was like 24-hour anime. And I was starting to get into a lot more anime back when I was 12 years old. And of course, you can't forget about my continuous love for opera and classical music and classical crossover music. And I remembered going to school, and I would see a lot of my girl classmates have on their hands Disney Mania CDs. I was thinking to and of course, having them act like a lot of the mean girl characters from Disney shows, and just acting kind of catty, and that sort of created something in my mind that, oh my gosh, Disney is brainwashing a lot of my girl classmates. So there was sort of that beginning where I was like, it's just me against Disney. And I felt like I kind of had a little bit of contention with it. And I was almost, to be fair, almost about to be brainwashed by Disney Channel, but I almost wanted to be a Disney Channel star myself. But luckily enough, I had stronger will when I was 14 and said, you know what? Disney Channel can go suck it. It can go suck it. That's all I care. Because, yeah.
And this is why we do this. We watch these old shows, these old movies, and we love them. We take them into our hearts. We have things to say about them, good or bad, so we put it out there.
Yeah. And I remember, yeah. And furthermore, I remembered one girl classmate of mine. She used to act so bitchy in front of me. Like, she would roll her eyes, she would throw me mean faces. And I used to blame it all on a lot of the programming that she and her and of course she talked a lot of shit about me, probably because she had a little bit of a crush on me, but acted like a major mean bitch about it. But
those are the worst people.
Yeah.
I mean, even when I couldn't even, and even after I graduated, I couldn't even stand seeing her. I mean, of course, she was a year and 10 months younger than me, but other than that, I used to really, really hate how many times she would throw me a lot of bitch faces and just mean faces and act like a total catty mean girl, as if she thought that, acting like that was the coolest thing to do. And I used to blame it on a lot of the Disney Channel programming during the, from 2004 onwards, because I felt like, and even when I watched a lot of the commercials from Disney Channel, there's still a part of me that felt could just spew venom on the Disney So Hot summer commercials for indoctrinating a lot of my girl classmates to behave this way.
Things change over time. I mean, from the 1970s, shows like, well, some of the early Filmation were like environmental messages, or kids shouldn't hitchhike. In the 80s, thanks to Ronald Reagan, a lot more toy shows. In the 90s, they tried to sort of level that out a little bit more, with more edutainment stuff, as you were saying. And then into the 2000s and stuff, it started to get a lot more remakes and reboots of older stuff. And now we're at this point where it's just mostly remakes, but we're trying some new stuff, something on a few tendrils here and there. Just
Yeah.
changed over time, and I'm sure if you and this girl had grown up in a different time, her behavior might have been different. Or she just could have been a bitch naturally, which let's not discount that. But perhaps a small amount of her behavior was influenced by Disney at the time, I suppose.
I suppose so. I mean, this happened way before I came out of the closet back in 2015. You know, I mean, it took time. Even when she was like greeting me during like a field trip, I was like, bitch, I didn't want anything to do with you.
Hmm.
I just walked away and told her, you know what, you ain't got nothing that I want, and that was it. I didn't see, I didn't see her I didn't see her, let alone talk to her again until like, 2012. She was actually okay at the time, but I mean, she was no longer mean. She was no longer being the mega bitch that she used to be. But other than that, I always blamed Disney Channel from 2004 to like, the That's So Raven era, the Lizzie McGuire era. Well, mostly That's So Raven, Phil of the Future, and a lot of and of course London and Maddie from Sweet Life of Zack and Cody for turning a lot of zombifying a lot of my girl classmates. I used to just, every time I rewatched those commercials on YouTube, I'd almost be like let's just say a composite version of Statler and Waldorf.
Seven
just
Dwarves are my
poking-
favorite Muppets of all time. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just poking fun at Raven Baxter, Chelsea Daniels, who was that?
Eddie.
London, and all those characters, especially when the kids interact with them. And it's just like, there you go. The source of my vitriol against Disney was born not from the 2010s, but from 2004. If you
It's
can believe
interesting.
that. Yeah, but granted, there was still some good programming like Phineas and Ferb for justifiable reasons, and of course, let's not forget about Gravity Falls. But other than that, I just kind of just completely abandoned Disney altogether because I was still in that anime was cool phase, and even wanted to be an anime voice actor myself. If you can believe that.
I think you've probably done pretty well as an anime voice actor.
Really.
Yeah, I think so. You couldn't be a lot worse than a lot of the people who did stuff like Battle of the Planets back in the 70s. So it's actually quite.
I even have a voiceover demo on YouTube. I even have two voice. Yeah, and like I said, that girl who used to act so bitchy to me, I think it was just. I think the more I look back at it now, I think she also had her own, insecurities of saying, that I like you. But I guess it's also because I did what I could to just separate myself from the crowd. Like, I loved writing stories during story prompt time. I loved, trying to prove myself to be one of the smartest kids in class with my photographic memory. So maybe there was a bit of jealousy on her part.
Maybe a little bit, yeah.
Maybe there was some jealousy on her part because yes, that I wasn't always the most punctual. Yes, I wasn't always, the most super organized, but I did what I could to prove myself. So maybe that's why she kept on throwing me a lot of mean faces and acted like a little bitch.
You were kids. You were all kids. That when you're kids, you're still finding yourself. You're still growing up. You're influenced by a lot of stuff around you, and maybe she was 50% bitch and just a little bit add that on top of that because of her environment. In hindsight, it was 2020. That's Waldorf.
Yeah, but when I came out of the closet, back in 2015, she respected my decision. She respected my decision by giving me, a like on my Facebook.
No.
Now, coming out on Facebook back in 2015, it was,
Brave.
looking back on it in hindsight, it was kind of a bold move because I moved from Cebu to Berlin back in 2012, and I mean, all the rubbish that I've had to deal with back then when I was in high school from a lot of my former batchmates, it was like they didn't really leave me alone about my preferences. And I tried liking girls, that note the sarcasm and the cynicism when I say that. And I remember being set up by some people to say, "Oh, you should kiss this guy," even though I did not find him attractive. I was like, what, 15 years old at the time, and my taste for guys covertly was very, very high. Even back then, I liked the muscular guys. I really, really liked how, well built they are, but I was never into that guy. And it got bad in, my sophomore year when blurted out saying that I draw naked men on my journal, and it's just like, no, that's private. Why the heck would you blurt it out and pass it on like wildfire? I almost wanted to transfer. And then, get this, some of my former batchmates even said that I asked a guy to prom, even though I did not have the hots for him, and I felt like I was being more of a social pariah.
Mhm.
That is
Yeah.
just probably that was so frustrating. That was probably one of the most frustrating experiences I've ever had. I think my lucky stars that I've moved out of that place, and it still hurts, but other than that, I recognize that, you know, teenagers back then just, on the one hand, they knew what they were doing, but they just, and I did everything I could just to be nice to them, but there's always a price to pay, especially when there are just people who just want to see a lot more of you, because I was honest with myself, but wasn't completely honest with who I preferred. So they tried to make me feel bad about myself because of that. It's hard for me to kind of reconcile with them, let alone forgive them because of what they've done and because of the whole group think that kind of um, that they've kind of taken part in. And even some of my friends in high school were that stupid to have done something like that to me. It's like, I get that it's just teens being teens back then, but that was just awful.
Well, it's
I mean, even in my, it was awful.
it's good to know that. I mean, at least that's what I hope it. Um, I mean, it's good to know that you're probably in a much better place now.
Yeah.
And
But it also, that time where a lot of the teenagers just like, tried to see if I liked guys or tried to treat me. I felt like I was being treated like some science experiment. Let's see if he's really gay. Let's see if he likes this type of guy. Even though there was no chemistry, it's like their problem. But then again, I feel, looking back at it now in hindsight, I feel like they were just trying to vent their own insecurities on me, because I think I just had a lot going for myself at the time, being, you know, being a guy with
well,
okay grades, and of course participating in performing arts, and of course the ultimate indicator that I was not like every other guy, but I was like, so what? I didn't care. I was glad that it's behind me. And you know what? The girl who used to be such a bitch toward me back when we were in middle school, let alone grade school together, the fact that she ended up liking my status when I came out back in 2015, that really showed that, I think she's learned to let go of me. She no longer had me in her little fingers anymore. But also because I didn't talk to her for a while. I
By
just
the
only
way,
had yeah.
Sorry, I just want to say, Coffee Lover has messaged me, and he said that he'll be here
Oh, that's cool. That's
he'll be
cool.
there
That's cool.
soon.
Nice.
Oh,
That's lovely.
Yeah.
But yeah, the point is, you know, there were some friendships that were, you know, rekindled. Like even some of my girl crushes, which thankfully didn't happen, didn't like progress much further because, you know, I feel like it was just also finding myself and the reason why I was also bullied by a lot of my former batchmates in high school is because I feel like they also had their own insecurities to vent out on me. I feel like I think it's a bunch of insecure kids just feeling threatened because I felt like I had a lot more to offer and just felt like I had to do a lot in my power just to be Mr. Boy Scout all the time. And there they were being kind of people who were insecure. So it was difficult to kind of reconcile, but nowadays I'm in a better place. I feel like I have better people that I could call my friends, especially you guys, which I'm totally blessed. And of course, people that I've made friends with in my acting school, both in Cebu and a good number of them here in Berlin. And it's healing. I will never forget the mess that a lot of my former batchmates used to do to me. Thank goodness that I didn't end up being mugged. But it was more like, you know, mugged on a not on a physical level, if you know what I mean, but more on a psychological level.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that. I know it must have been difficult in some respects, and we're all here for you, and we love you too.
Yes,
Thanks.
and as said before, me and everyone else, I mean, we're just glad that you're at a much better place now, and I can fully relate to that because you see, at my workplace, I mean, I do have to deal with, you know, some less than pleasant people, and yeah, I'm pretty sure they are also just, you know, in all reality, just pretty insecure, and you know, some of them they do know, you know, about me doing like internet reviews and all that kind of stuff, and you know, I think there's a bit of enviness, like they really just, you know, they wish they could do like the same thing. I mean, I'm not saying that this is what they think, but you know, it does take, you know, a lot of time and effort and vision and all that kind of stuff, and
Yeah.
you know, I mean, and you know, I do have some, you know, social anxieties, and I'm, you know, pretty introverted, and that's very exploitable. Like,
Yeah.
some of them think, you know, they pretend to be friends, and you know, it took some time for me to finally figure out that, you know, what kind of people they are truly, the kinds of people that they
Uh-oh.
truly were. But yeah,
Got some bad news. I mean, because I'm using the um the, the like the basic version, it's only limited to 6 people on screen.
oh,
So yeah.
okay, wait, so no, I gotta inform Coffee Lover.
Upgrade if you need more. And then I have to it's like really upgrading this. I don't really want to spend a lot of money just to upgrade some more people because
Of course.
unless yeah, my current plan it's free. Yeah, basic is just $20 a month. I'm not willing to do that. Got other things I want to spend my money on.
You know, perhaps we can, you know, maybe like a switch over time, like some of us go offline so that, you know, one of us, you know, just leaves the chat temporarily so that Coffee Lover might be able to join in, and then we
Yeah.
return at a later point.
I could do that because
Sure.
I think if I could restart my computer, I might get my camera to work.
All
So I
right.
could
Oh, no
log out.
problem.
Alright.
No problem,
Alright.
Marcus. No problem.
See you later then, Marcus.
See you later.
Yeah, totally.
So,
Good luck.
hello
There he
there.
is.
Hi,
Hey there.
I'm finally here. I didn't even know if I was gonna actually make it in because yeah, I actually just got back. Actually, I was from was out at lunch because two of my cousins' birthdays are actually tomorrow. So we went out to lunch today. Like them, like they're like, yeah, we went out basically. It was nice, but I made it back. So I'm glad to be here. And thank you guys for having me so much. I appreciate it.
And,
Well, you're welcome.
and we're glad that you've made it.
Yes.
That nice to see you.
Nice.
Lovely
Thank
to
you.
see you too,
Thank you.
man.
Good to see all of you as well here, finally.
Yes.
And I see that Chris subbed to my channel here, so thank you for that, actually. I appreciate it. I should give a little bit of background on what I've actually done on the site then, if that's all right then.
It's all right.
Yes.
So
Do- by
my
all
story
means,
was
advertise your channel.
all right, so my story is actually kind of interesting with everything that happened, actually. Like, when I basically started, I've been making videos on the internet for 11 years now, and I've seen a ton of stuff in my day. I flipped through a couple formats, like wanted to do game reviews initially, sort of switched over to music reviews for a bit when I was watching people like Tom the Chows, but I fell out of love with that inevitably because it just happened and I wasn't happy doing it. So then I went back to game reviews in 2015. And I've been going at it ever since then. It's like officially with reviews, I've been on for 8 years now, and I've reviewed who knows how many variety of different games actually. Like, I've reviewed a lot of 6th gen stuff over the years. I've reviewed some retro stuff. In fact, my most recent review I did was of a sort of a modern update of an old retro game in a good old Night Trap for Spooky Month, because I've wanted to talk about that game for a long time, because I have a soft spot for FMV stuff like that. So
I think funny you mentioned that because that's actually one of my games I'm planning to do for a future Sierra Gamer review, but it's Night Trap. I might, and if possible, I might end up getting some of the cast members of that game to help out with that review as well, if I'm lucky.
Oh, that would be great right there, man. At least you can still get, yeah, that would be great, because it's such an interesting one, and I'm possibly going to review another Digital Pictures FMV game in the future, actually.
Let me guess, Double Switch.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you kind of figure. I mean, it was kind of obvious. I mean, Digital Pictures had so much interesting FMV games, but I don't see that one get talked about very much in the grand scheme of things, too, basically, from what I've seen. Or some stuff. So I wanted to get...
By the way, I also subscribe to your channel.
Thank you, actually. Thank you.
Well, the thing is, though, with Double Switch, that was the second game after Night Trap, because first off,
right,
it was supposed to be Scene of the Crime, which is a prototype for Night Trap for a system called Nemo, which is a VHS cartridge kind of thing.
Yeah, I remember. I mentioned that in the review, actually, of Night Trap, that Scene of the Crime was just a prototype for Nemo, and that was later had a name of Control Vision. That was the final name.
Right.
And I remember that, too, because I was looking so much into that one, because I scoured what I could for Night Trap, just what I could find, at least.
How much of the bad endings did you have to go through to get the perfect ending?
I don't remember. I've played the game more times than I can even recount, to be honest. So, I've lost track. I have actually 100%ed both, though, by the way. I 100%ed both of them on Steam. So, yeah. So probably at least enough of the bad endings to at least count to get the achievement where it says you get every ending or something to that effect.
Right. So basically...
Are you focused primarily on the game, or are you mentioning the controversy around it?
I briefly touched on the controversy in the review. I mostly wanted to talk about the actual story and the other stuff too, fully break that thing down from top to bottom as much as I could. I did have to bring up the controversy because, you kind of can't not when talking about it, because it's one of the things the game is sadly known for the byproduct. But I summed it up.
And it's one of the games that started what we now know as the ESRB. Which
yes, pretty much. I mentioned that as well in the review, that it was one of those that started the ESRB. So, yeah.
Well, I think you have to mention at least something about that. But it's good to know that you're not focused entirely on that, and you're focusing mostly on the game itself.
Right. And I kind of see it in a different light, basically, more or less. I don't because Night Trap also has a reputation as regarded one of the worst games of all time. I'm using the Dr. Evil air quotes there, but don't really see it as such, basically. Like, I've played some bad games over the years, like Superman 64, Big Rigs, Hong Kong 97.
Oh my!
Yeah, that one was ridiculous.
Actually, kind of funny you mentioned that. My review of Superman 64 was literally how I got here in the first place.
Wow, actually, I should actually mention the review how I ended up here in the first place that Jack saw of mine was my Tack 2 The Staff of Dreams review. Like, I had just wrapped up my last semester in college. I had a break because of some other personal stuff, and I just wanted to get that last semester done. But my last review before I took that hiatus was Tack and the Power of Juju. And then afterwards, I figured, why don't I talk about the second game as well? And then actually, this not long ago, I ended up reviewing the third game, and yeah, that franchise has left me a little disappointed, if I'm being honest. Like,
have you seen the TV? Have you ever seen the TV show tie-in?
I don't think I have. I've heard of it. I've kind of heard it's not great. I know it deviated a bit from the canon of the game itself, but yeah, and just
it was on the Nicktoons Network, I believe.
Yeah, I think it started on Nicktoons because like it's so funny with the Tax series because Nickelodeon had their tie-in for that before the series even happened itself, which is kind of not normal for them, basically. Yeah. And I do give it this; it has a very unique world to it, but the actual games, there was always something that just held me back from truly enjoying them.
I never got into Tack and the Power of Juju. I mean, especially with my experience with the animated show.
I can really bet you that it's probably not the best definitive like experience for that series, to be honest.
Maybe it's just because I am so spoiled by, Tarzan novels and Tarzan comic books, Jungle Book, especially the Russian animated version, because maybe it's just me, but my expectations for anything that's, tribal related, it's super high, absolutely high. And if you give me something like Tack and the Power of Juju, I could just like say,
I get that. One thing I do with my reviews is that I always try to be fair to every game I give. Like, I always give it a chance, basically. I always do, no matter what. And even through the hell that that I have to go through sometimes with some of these games as well, because it's not easy, especially with the tag games. Because the first one, I felt so lost in parts, I didn't even know where I was going. The second one had that dreaded last section and that cop-out ending. And the third game, I'd rather not get into that. That was a mess of madness. But yeah.
By the way, I just need to bring this up because given that this is a very long live stream, like once the stream is done, I would recommend that in the comment section that perhaps we could add a timestamp, depending which topic we're covering, so anyone who can watch it, they can skip to certain details. I think this would make it very insightful and fun for those who have missed out on this.
Right. That would be good.
Excellent.
Exactly.
By the way, Coffee, are you familiar with the Donkey Kong Country TV show?
Am I familiar with the what now?
The Donkey Kong Country CGI animated show.
Wait, hold on. I had to turn my volume up there. It was a little down. Say that one more time.
So basically, you are familiar with Donkey Kong Country, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. You mean that? Oh yeah. I think I remember that now.
Banana Slammer
experience.
Yeah, I think I have heard of that. Yeah.
So, as I mentioned, there was the CGI animated show that only lasted like a few episodes, based on the Donkey Kong Country.
Yes.
Oh
yes,
yeah,
I've heard of
caught
that.
I caught that when I was 9 years old on Disney Channel Asia. It was fun. It was fun, but it was stupid.
If I hadn't already played the first game, that show would have put me off playing the game.
Oof, that would be bad right there.
You know the sad thing is, how I was first introduced to Ratchet and Clank? The movie.
Oh, the movie.
Oh,
I saw the movie.
On my list, yeah.
I didn't see it in theaters, but I rented the movie. I was at a beach. I rented a beach cabin in Florida, and one of the movies they had there was Ratchet and Clank. I thought I had to rent it to see what it was like. I hated it. It was literally it was just a compilation of all the cutscenes of the game. When Ratchet got the medal, I thought that should have been the end. That should have been the end. But no, there's still more movie.
Oh, we got another question from Miss Kitty.
What?
Do you guys like tea or coffee?
Hot chocolate.
You know, I actually do like both, actually, despite my name preferencing that I only have one, but I do like both. It usually depends, basically.
I oftentimes, prefer to drink, tea. I mean, I used to drink coffee a lot, and at one point to a rather unhealthy degree. Like I used to drink, I remember like 5 coffees a day. Like,
damn, I can barely manage one myself, despite my name.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I just gotta say, excuse me. Okay, so I just gotta say, I mean, I still drink coffee, but not as often. Whenever I do, usually either during weekends or whenever I get, whenever I, way too tired to, get to work, and I need some, extra energy. And I just gotta say, I do prefer drinking tea now most of the time. And coffee is something that I usually save for weekends, and I like to mix, and I do like to mix it up a little bit to, I mean, not with sugar, but because it's, well, coffee alone is usually just something I couldn't really drink it, pure without milk. It's usually a bit harder to drink for me that way. Like, but okay, like that's my coffee and tea story. What about you guys?
I never drink coffee, so that's the obvious answer for me is tea. I always have tea like in the morning, like every morning basically. I'm a tea drinker. I never drink coffee.
I don't like coffee very much, although I will like it in stuff like, say, maybe a suitably spicy latte. But I'm also partially allergic to tea, so when it comes to hot drink, I usually just go for a nice hot chocolate.
Hot chocolate.
Interesting.
Oh my. I used to drink a lot of coffee. I mean, especially when it comes to trying to finish reviews or doing schoolwork and a lot of other things as an online content creator. But these days when I drink coffee, I get all flustered and jittery, frustrated, and just I almost want to tear somebody apart. Like, you would not want to be in polite company with me when I have a lot of caffeine. You would not.
Noted.
Yeah, I mean, I've stopped drinking too much coffee because eventually it just it wasn't really good for my stomach over time. And like drinking too much coffee can also lead to throwing up easier, and that's very unfortunate. And I'm usually not someone who eats that much during breakfast, so you can easily imagine how this would affect my stomach when drinking too much coffee.
Yeah. Yeah. What about you, Chris? Do you like coffee or tea? Chris?
Your headphones. Your headphones.
No. Oh, I think you forgot them.
The headphones.
Chris, can you hear us?
Oh boy.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris.
Your headphones.
I don't think.
Oh dear.
We are having technical problems.
Yes, exactly. We're asking a question. You're gonna have to put your earphones on.
Yes.
Hold on.
I got this.
All right.
Go through
Okay.
that. I'm surprised by how many of my film reviewers don't really drink coffee, especially considering how energetic some of them can be occasionally.
Yeah,
Put your headphones on,
definitely.
Chris.
Yeah. Oh goodness.
No, I was just trying to show it on my cell phone, but the picture quality is
Right, I get that. And
So-
it's actually funny too, I should mention, while we're waiting for this, how much I keep myself moderation of the proper amount of coffee. Yeah, it's my name. It's yeah, it's actually kind of funny. Not many people actually pick up on my actual name reference, but it's actually a
Right.
very obscure Johnny Test reference, believe it or not. Yeah, I know, not the greatest and not a great cartoon, but the name kind of rang and it had a nice ring to it. So
Okay.
it's kind of how I got it. And some people have actually caught on to that actually too. So yeah,
There we go.
Yours,
there we
Chris?
go.
There we go.
Ah, okay.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's
We
fair.
apologize. We were asked if you like tea or coffee.
Yeah.
Tea.
Oh, that
Okay.
There you go.
Good
Oh,
to
there you
know.
go. There, yeah.
I was like iced tea. I was like, you saw me drink iced tea for a minute ago. I'm about to get more soon.
Well, actually, coffee lover. I was just presuming you were a big fan of coffee crisp. So coffee crisp.
I used to like coffee too as well. Though when I get up in the morning, though.
Yeah, someone could probably get that from there, but no, it's just an obscure reference to a cartoon I watched long ago that well, kind of been up and down, but yeah, you know what? Like I said, yeah.
Well, what I remember most about Johnny Test is the fact that everybody seems to spend all that time shouting and the constant whip crack sound.
Oh
God,
the whip crack!
Not to mention wasting the talent of James Arnold Taylor.
Yeah, James Arnold Taylor is just amazing. Well, not just James Arnold Taylor, but we got a lot of wonderful voice actors on Johnny Test, and I'm like thinking to myself, okay, I know that Johnny Test is a popular punching bag in the animated community next to Teen Titans Go. I think it's a popular punching bag for a reason.
Yeah,
I'm sure you guys know what the reason is.
yeah, it really is, honestly.
I think that's because of the overexposure that it received. I mean, it's kind of like with celebrities as well. Like whenever they get overhyped, then a lot of people do eventually get tired. And I mean, like if we think about the early 2010s when Justin Bieber was everywhere, like and it built a huge hate. And it's hard to believe, but the same also happened. I would say also back with Elvis Presley. Like I would say he was also overexposed and backlash and everything, and and it's I think the same also applies to I mean in general whenever something gets highlighted too much.
You get too
Right.
much, like the Simpsons, which I think
definitely. Oh my god.
Yes.
Well, the thing is, though, like the Simpsons has gone through a lot of interchanges. Like, for example, the chalkboard, the couch gag.
So many of them.
Yep.
Also, speaking of James Arnold Taylor, I actually did meet him.
Wow,
Oh, that's freaking cool right there.
awesome.
Cool, man.
I've met some voice actors as well before. I do actually tend to put emphasis on that sort of thing as well in games I review where applicable, actually. Like, because there still is, like, important performances that really help bring the games to life themselves. So
That's
it's kind of
true,
important. I even do tend to point out other ones that have at crossover roles on other things and other interesting tidbits and things as well, because you never know, basically. And even putting attention sometimes on some more unknown ones that you wouldn't actually think would come to mind, basically, when you mentioned a bigger name, like, say, James Arnold Taylor.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you also, just out of curiosity, I often do that as well. Do you often use some of these celebrity voice actors as cameos for some of your videos?
Noting that some of them is cameos, so I don't really do the cameo sort of thing, really. There, I have them. I'm mostly, it's just me and my own thoughts and my own stuff, getting things together. That would be nice one day for some jokes, but I'm not sure how I'm gonna get that because I'm still finding my footing with some of it, but that may
I
be
have.
nice one day.
I know what I did. I actually did. I did release one review of mine, which does have a celebrity cameo. Jim Cummings, the voice actor.
Wow, that's awesome.
That is a gold star.
Mm-hmm.
And so far, I've recorded a few more of celebrity cameos. I've done so far. I have Kyle Bear, Greg Griffin, Jason Marsden, and Bill Farmer. Oh gosh, and I think Kate Higgins Kate Higgins, Yuri Lowenthal, and Colleen O'Shaughnessy. Those are some of the cameos I've recorded, but I haven't used them for reviews yet. I'm gonna use them for upcoming reviews, but these are some that I've already recorded already at conventions. But I haven't used
something. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
You're good.
Welcome back.
Yeah, that is so cool there, man.
Very cool.
Anytime in which I could use a celebrity cameo for a particular review, I'll go ahead and do that. But if not, then that's totally fine. I only rely on what the guest wants. If they don't want to do it, if they're not interested in doing a celebrity cameo, that's fine. But if they are interested, then great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't think.
Speaking of meeting famous people, the very, very first time I met someone really renowned was when I think one of the first times was when I was in Salzburg, and Anna Prohaska, who was a light lyric soprano, she did a Liederabend in Salzburg, and I was so fortunate enough to get a photo with her. I don't know if I could share my screen. Okay, so share screen. Hang on.
I just noticed you can't.
This
you
is
can
her.
Nice.
Wow.
This was back in Salzburg, back in 2014. So
you were absolutely thrilled.
Look at that hair.
She was like, "Oh, hey, I know you. You're the guy with the vlog." Because back then I also made a lot of reviews of opera productions, concerts, and anything that was music related. And when she saw me and I was lining up to get an autograph from her, I was like, "Hey, I know you. You're the guy with the vlogs, and I really like how informative your work has been on YouTube." And it was one of the best experiences I have had. And I was 22 back then.
That's awesome.
That's cool.
Congrats.
Just look at that huge grin.
Big old smile.
Yes, I was so excited.
That's what
and
happened.
another famous opera singer that I met was my personal favorite. And when Waltraud Meyer, she is a mezzo soprano. Actually, she sings both mezzo and soprano roles. And there was a photo I have of her. Just give me a second, because there was no doubt that I really, 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 I admired the absolute heck out of her. So hang on. I think I might have saved this on my photo. This is it. So sharing the screen again. And here she is. The one and only Waltraud Meyer.
That's a feather in your cap.
Wow, this is amazing.
By the way,
Yep.
I just want to inform you that Marcus wanted Marcus wrote something in the chat.
Yeah, I saw that.
I see that.
Okay, so maybe first we could have Chris, and then we'll spring on to Marcus. I don't know if Chris is coming. Well, I think we'll let Chris go first, and then Marcus go next.
Also,
I
hi,
think-
Sergeant.
Excuse me.
So for those who don't know, Sergeant actually has helped me out. I posted on yes, I have a Discord server in which you have to be a Patreon supporter or at least help out on my channel to be in the server. And Sergeant has helped me out a whole lot. I worked with him on Sonic Paradox, and he's even helping out on my channel, whether as a whether as a title card designer or has helped me out with script writing.
Oh, I'm just looking at the empty room of Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he'll be back. He'll be back.
Yeah.
But I
Mhm.
think the best thing to do is let him go on first.
Eventually.
Yeah, I mean we'll let him go on first because
course.
he's been on camera, and then I think I'll have to ask Chris if he's got any final words, and then we'll head on over to Marcus. If you're okay with that arrangement.
Yeah, are we also going to have those little videos that we that we link to you? Sort of little samples of our work.
Hang on a second.
Oh, we got
Right.
we got a comment.
What have we?
It's from Tarzan 16 bit, and yes, he did help animate a couple of my intros, the Samurai Jack month and the Marcho intro. So that was
Lovely to hear, Sergeant. Lovely to hear.
that was for me.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's
That
from
is
my
awesome.
channel.
Okay, so Chris.
Yeah.
No, the floor is yours. How did you get your beginning as a reviewer? Because we'll also need Marcus back on the air, you know.
I think back in 2006, I was known as Crispinator. I was Crispinator 19 actually, and then I got 15 subscribers. I didn't have a webcam. I had a bad, crappy camera video. No. I had no camera back then or so. And I started watching some stuff online or so. I wasn't so sure about being a fan of the Nostalgia Critic. And I watched James's stuff where he plays some of the Nintendo games because I used to play some of this old stuff a long time ago on the old PC a long time ago when I moved out here to Phoenix, Arizona in 1989 or so, and I had very little hair back then or so, and that's how it all began or so. And eventually the old channel got deleted. And I was actually known as, and it changed it to my user on Twitter, and then it was named to my name, to Chris Louttit or so. And then at that time I decided to call it. I just called myself the Crispinator 19 because it's named after the movie The Terminator. I was 19 in 2006 actually at that time. And then that's how I got more subscribers, and I added some videos I actually liked growing up when I was a young boy back then in Cleveland or so. I love the Mickey Mouse Club, like I said. I always liked watching the I used to watch some of the stuff that I grew up watching back in then or so, or anything like that, or anything like this or so. I was a big fan of each of the shows I grew up watching or so back in the day. And I became a sports fanatic. That's why I have all the memorabilia behind me. And that's how it all started from that point.
Oh, cool.
It's amazing.
Yeah, and then I watched some stuff on YouTube. Like I watched some people do impressions or so online. They're like Frank Caliendo from Matt TV does impressions, and there's a lot of people I want to meet. I think the one guy I want to meet is Majorga Nuggets. I never heard before, Antony. He's a guy on YouTube, does the Psycho series on YouTube with his parents and his brother and his ex-girlfriend Juliet, and now he's going to do a movie soon or so. That's coming up really soon. So I'm not sure when they're going to be done because they're still working on it right now. They're just focusing on trying to get the movie done. That's what the premise is of that. So I'm a big fan of this guy's work. I watch his videos where he does Psycho series. I liked it, and I think my favorite video I liked was the video where he was visiting North Carolina. His brother wasn't there in North Carolina in that video. There's a moment where Jesse was about to do a real Q&A with his dad, and then it got canceled, and then Jackie had to wanted to do something different, and then that's when Jesse's decided to do a prank on Uncle Larry when he's asleep or so. And then there's a funny part where Jackie and his mom turned their butts and far right into right to Uncle Larry's face at one point. I started cracking up laughing. It was just the funniest piece ever. So I'm a big fan of that guy's channel, and I follow James' channel because I saw him do movie reviews like Monster Madness and all the game reviews that he plays, and like all the games he plays when he was a kid growing up back in New Jersey or so. And then not ready to describe Doug's channel yet because I'm not so sure about being a fan of that guy. And I follow Sean's channel. That's a cool duder who does all these duty updates because he was about 456 pounds back in the day. And he was. I don't want to make fun of him or anything like that or so. And then I follow Brennan's channel, which would be one. Then I met this. I actually crossed on this guy right here, McGorder, aka Brock Baker on YouTube. Since 2006, and Tony, since 2006, I became a fan of his channel. Growing up, he was great. He does impersonations on YouTube though. Then he has to wear a fake mustache where he's playing this character called Chuckle Flanagan. I've been a fan of him since 2006. Actually, that was a long time ago. Back when YouTube was born. Wow. That's how it started. Damn. That's how I got more subscribers. And then I posted some videos that I made myself or so. I made a video where I met Tom Kenny and Patrick Warner from Family Guy and SpongeBob. I hope everyone can see the video so you guys can check it out yourself, though. That'd be fantastic. You guys can check it out. It's really cool. You guys can check it out yourself, though. That'd be fantastic. You guys can get a chance to subscribe me if you want. And that's why the link's up there by Tony's chat right here. So you guys can go ahead and check it out if you want to do that or so.
If you excuse me, I gotta turn off the camera for a few seconds. I'm still on the line.
Yeah, I need to turn on my camera to eat my lunch real quick.
Well, that was a story, Chris. Thank you.
Yeah. Chris, is it okay that you leave the chat because we're gonna have like Marcus on the air because my StreamYard can only host like 6 people.
I can leave. I just want to say thanks for letting me be on here, you guys. I really do appreciate that. It's really amazing.
Chris, if you want kind of pointers on how to do your videos or little tips that we've picked up over the years, by all means, go ahead and ask us. We'll be glad.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Well, what you want me to do?
Well, you could just send it in the chat. Like,
all right, I can do it real quick. Let me just go in. Let me do it right now. I'm just going. I'm just checking it now. I'm just about to. Let me go to my videos real quick, so I can see what I can do here. So you guys can check out the video that I post in the chat in the.
This thing there, yeah.
Let's do. Good. So I can just check it out.
Got a message from Amalie.
Hey, hang on a second, Marcus. Let me get something.
Hello.
All right, just give me a second.
Hey, Amalie.
Hey.
Hello there.
Just give me a second.
Bless you, Jack.
Here's the link right there. That's the video where I did when I did the show of my DVD of Pure Paul Mommy 2. That's
okay, so right I will advertise it now in the chat.
Yep. So everybody can subscribe my channel. That'd be fantastic, and Tony.
So okay, this is the video that you did, Chris. So
yep,
we're gonna have to like
because Marcus is about to come in a few minutes or so.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You want me to go right now?
Hang on, let me post it right now. It's on the chat.
I think I should probably get going also because I gotta do something about 5 p.m. Eastern time, so I'm gonna head on out. So with that being, first off, let me just say thank you all so much for having me here. It really is a great honor to see each and every one of you. Hopefully, if I ever get with some of you guys for some of my videos, I will let you guys know.
All right.
That's another thing.
Sounds good.
I was about to ask
later, man.
Like, what about your videos?
Yeah.
Like if you want to help out, be like a cameo or collab.
I might,
I think we're just gonna, we're definitely gonna make. Hey Marcus.
Hello again.
Hello there again, Marcus.
Oh, what I was about to say is, we're definitely gonna do that a live stream like that again. So,
all right, cool.
I think we'll definitely get a chance to, enjoy watching your video.
All right, thank you very much, and I'll see you guys later. See ya.
See ya.
Yeah.
See you, Lucas.
God bless
Thanks
you.
so much for joining.
All right.
So, Marcus, the floor is yours, man.
First of
firstly,
all,
again,
let us just say congratulations. Like getting married and all. I mean, that's always a big deal.
yeah, Amelia is actually my wife. He's the one
Yes.
that's coming. Hello.
Yeah. I mean, she can join us. She can join us. I'll probably get the StreamYard
It's fine.
link on there. So she can come on there. It'd be a pleasure to have her on board. All right, Amelie? You're welcome to join us.
Yeah, no, she's working on schoolwork or something right now, so she probably won't join. But
Okay.
So,
all right.
So should we invite Chris back?
you could invite Chris back if he wants to. I mean,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But but then again, we'll have to let the floor go to you, Marcus.
yeah, sure. So
How
about
did you get your
how I
start
started
as
YouTube
a
or what?
reviewer?
Well, the idea for reviews came like 2020 or so. I really gotten into board gaming and also started watching movies on more of like wanting to analyze them. And then the idea of YouTube has always been there because obviously I've grown up in that generation of watching YouTubers and watching people become rich on it, obviously. So the idea kind of grew there, but I didn't really know how to get started or what to do or whatever. I didn't even have a camera, so the first thing was I wanted to get a camera, and I got it in a Christmas present from my dad, and then I just started experimenting with filming stuff, and eventually I decided to try out doing reviews of board games, obviously because I had really gotten into the board gaming scene and the hobby, and I want to share my thoughts on things. Obviously, I think that's the idea of doing reviews, is wanting to share your thoughts on something.
Yeah, I agree.
Definitely.
So that's sort of where it started. And obviously, on my first video I uploaded, I got contacted by Jack with this Team Night Saturn thing. And first I thought, what is this weird thing? What the hell? Because who would contact someone on their first video? But I'm glad you did, because it's actually a nice little community, and awesome to see some videos from other creators who have different ideas and different creative outputs than myself to learn from. So I'm glad I decided to trust you.
Yeah, and I just want to thank you once again for your short voice cameo in my most recent nudie rehab episode.
Sure. I got a little surprised because I thought it was just come a review, and then I was like, oh, it's a pornographic review. That's interesting. Some of my friends who saw the video because they found out I did it was like, do you realize what it is? Like, it's porn he's reviewing? Oh, well, okay.
Okay, my apologies if I kept you in the dark. Like, that was
It's
not
fine.
my
I just
intention.
was a little bit surprised when I found out, but it's fine.
Yeah, I should have shared
it's a good video.
the script beforehand.
Yeah. But it was a good video, I think.
Oh, thank you.
But yeah, that's basically how I got into sort of YouTube. Well, I started back way earlier by doing like trying to do FIFA videos, which is football and obviously European style football video game. So I just kind of recorded that, but it did work out for me. And then I put it on a shelf for a couple of years until I then started doing board game reviews.
Right.
That's very good.
Fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
We all start in small ways, and we get better and better, and then we join communities like this, and we expand.
Yes.
Exactly.
The thing I like about this site is that there's people from literally all over the world. So many other groups have just had people from just the United States or just Canada, but we got people from Germany and Denmark and just everywhere, all over the place, and even this tiny little country called Canada.
And also looking at different things. I mean, I look at board games and you read stuff, and there's video games and movies. So it's a very broad spectrum we look at, which I think is really cool.
I agree. Yes,
Yeah.
a vast rainbow.
More or less.
Absolutely. Oh my.
You have a dog or a cat there, Marcus?
No, it's my wife say she says your cat is cute.
Oh, well, thank,
Oh.
Aww.
well, thank you for that. She'd answer, but she's asleep right now.
Too bad I can't. Too bad I can't get my camera to work. I could show you my cat. I also have a little cat.
Oh, that's fair enough, I suppose.
Sweet,
Hmm.
sweet, 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 sweet.
Well, thank you for sharing that relatively short but very interesting story, Marcus.
Absolutely. It's
Of course.
always wonderful to have you on
Mhm.
board.
I just saw great potential with your your video, and we were looking for some board game reviewers, and I just felt there was a great opportunity to let you join our site, because there were a few other channels, but they either never answered, or they simply turned it down. I mean, the latter is of course their choice, but it's pretty hard to to find new people to join our site these days. Like, it was a bit easier back during the early to mid 2010s, but nowadays it has become way more difficult.
Exactly.
Well, to be honest, if you've been part of something as huge and far-reaching as Channel Awesome, I would have probably said no. But I like the small family feel of this group, and we're adding more people naturally. And
Exactly.
as Marcus says,
Yes.
expanding our field. So that's awesome.
Yeah, that's
I mean, we
also
can't-
because I'm doing the same thing that James from Manic Excursion does. Like I'm my very own boss. I don't really have I don't have any business people taking care of that. It has its ups and downs, because if you do have business people there, they would help with doing a lot of advertising and all. But on the plus side, I do have way more control over the site, and make sure that people that people do have peaceful that the environment remains peaceful and all.
Oh yeah.
And that I do have, I mean, over the years I do have to add more rules to the site, but that's only because some of the former members, they they were a bit too I mean, they were just a bit too taking it. I mean, they just took it for granted to be part of the site, and some of them had even forgotten they joined the site in the first place. So, of course, I did have to add some rules that they must.
Not yet. Sorry, it was just a bit of an interruption from my really good friend.
Fair enough.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm trying to make this short. Like, some rules are very important for the site, because if they do join the site, I mean, they should not just take it for granted. Like, if I remember, you better make it know that you're on Team Night Saturn, because otherwise, what would be the point of joining the site in the first place?
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And stuff like regular updates and letting you know if we can't do it for a certain reason or whatever. Yeah, because I'm sure people who follow us want to be able to see regular stuff.
So, do we want to watch some of our past videos?
Well, I consider it old shame, but sure.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely gonna cringe watch my very first movie re-up episodes. Like, the picture and video quality is relatively poor. I mean, the link that I've sent Anthony, I mean, it's an upscaled version. Like, in terms of picture quality, I tried my best to, make sure that it looks as representable as possible. The audio quality is not the best, but Well, I gotta say, like everyone has their humble beginnings, and
Yes.
Yes.
We shall.
So let me
So-
just.
We shall make.
Yeah.
Okay.
I placed my review as on the excuse me, I placed my video on the review of Masculin Féminin, which I would argue was one of my favorite reviews back that I've done back in 2019. I know I could have done like, you know, shown one of my earlier ones, but you know, I think we could start from like the order that appeared in the chat. So Karl will start off with yours.
Okay.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Unless you want to go first, Jack. Jack?
I would say let's just get it done over with.
Okay.
All right, ripping off the
I think the best
band-aid.
thing to do is do yours first, Jack.
I hope this won't get I hope that this won't get our stream claimed. I mean, on one hand, I mean the video is available on YouTube, which is why I suggested that we pause like a few times in order to make sure that the footage displayed in the review won't I mean, you gotta be careful.
No worries.
You know,
I could share. I could even share the screen right now.
We shall be gentle.
All right.
So profound that as well, but not as much as we can tell, because you are the one who looks too far behind. With no kind.
You want it full screen?
Quite frankly, no.
Press
Actually,
on.
I don't see that much of the TV show.
Bring
I
it.
watch sometimes a few scenes on television. But hey, a movie based on a TV show should be good, despite the fact that we actually never really see the material it's based on. With that news out of the room, we're gonna take a look at the movie now.
It was pretty good, wasn't it?
Was a clear introduction to stuff for newcomers.
What the hell just happened?
Oh, it's time for me to post.
I gotta say,
That's the actual face.
Oh, she cool, man. She in there. Still fine as hell. So that's it? Bada bang, you out of the game? Done with the whole trade? Yeah.
Good lunch.
Why are you so harsh? He just wants to break dance.
Right!
okay, I gotta say this is one of those few jokes that I think was actually pretty decent.
That was fun.
Pretty fun, I agree, yeah.
After that, we cut to Patrick Wood. And in this place, we meet Faith.
You know?
Whatever.
Good morning. Now it's a party.
Thank you, that's the exact same shot from before again. We only see that handle can change within without even moving. Sure, why not?
Take your left hand off the wheel and your right hand off the shifter now.
You ain't gonna shoot me in the head, Pops. You know that ain't happening.
What the hell's wrong with you,
Right.
man?
I'm not sure if it was supposed to be funny or surprising. In any way, it fits.
At
Yeah, I
first,
don't know
he
if
was
it
pissed
fails,
off, but after they both discover that they both are in the Alpha team, they decide to stay fit.
That's pretty funny.
So after they escaped him, they decided to recruit the services of Agent Muddle, aka Howling Mask. lost fuck at you. Did you miss your daddy?
Face,
You know
what's
I
the
hate
most
trouble.
important part of a well-oiled plant?
What, we're gonna go in this dinosaur, this freak show?
Yep.
You spin me right round, baby, right round. Who is this guy?
He'll be the comic relief of this movie.
So after they flew off with a helicopter, they can get away from the Earth. Agent accidentally destroyed PA's van, what makes him mad. After that, we got some pretty cool action.
Okay, I think we should better pause right here because this goes on a bit longer.
Got it.
Okay, so what are your first impressions?
First impressions, your studio set is a little hard to see. Just that vague black and there's a little red spot that I like to be seen personally, but if it's early stuff, I understand.
Yeah, I'm gonna say back then I was deliberately going for trying to add a unique a unique setting for my videos, and I also gotta say the picture quality. I've shot this video with a digital camera, and any other movie rehab episode I followed afterwards was with an HD camera, but the odd thing is the audio quality in the subsequent episodes is actually far worse. Despite the better picture quality, and the reason I've picked this video is because, well, back then, I mean, this is the only video that is actually, somewhat audible. You cannot say the same for, all the other episodes from season 1. It thankfully got a lot better with season 2, and I gotta say, the picture quality. Back then, I was also, deliberately trying to go for a lower resolution because, I was actually, back with some of the earlier reviews. I mean, they had lower picture quality, and I decided, I'm gonna do the same thing, and then I slowly start to work my way up. But in hindsight, I mean, that was not really the wisest choice. I mean, the only reason why the lower picture resolution was the thing with the other reviews was, because of the time that these videos came out, and with this, I mean, this was 2013, and there wasn't really any excuse to go for a low resolution, and lesson learned.
We learn.
Yep, we all do.
All right, shall we continue?
Yes.
Mhm.
All right.
Go.
Then you guys feel the bad guy. And we got kind of a catchphrase. Again.
Wait. People die.
When a plan comes together.
People die?
By the way, the opening credits of this movie ran for 20 minutes. Just want to know.
Yeah, this is something that I stand by.
This is a prequel, right?
It's like this movie got many bad memories of itself, and what
Okay, I'm going to pause because I just want to share. Okay, so one point that I do stand by is that I said that it takes 20 minutes until we finally get to the opening credits. I mean, because I think that's a bit too long. I would say 10 minutes at most, but 20 minutes, that's kind of goes on a little too long. The other thing I want to comment on is, throughout the review, I'm constantly, I'm okay, is this supposed to be a prequel, or is this supposed to be a reboot? I mean, the answer is actually pretty simple. If you really think about it, it's both it's a reboot, and, as a reboot, you're obviously introducing this to a new audience. And so, yeah, I was just trying to, back then to cherry pick this, since I was very new in the review scene.
It's so cute. They thought this movie was going to have sequels.
It is. I think this movie only made about as much as it only barely made its box office back.
Yeah, it's kiss of death.
Something like that. A little more than expected here from what I'm looking at. But when you combine in marketing budget and other stuff that's not factored in, yeah, it probably underperformed.
The only good thing about this movie is that it inspired me to get the original series box set. That was about it.
Oh, okay.
It's gonna count for something.
All right, shall we continue?
Yes.
All right.
More flunkies from stealing over $1 billion in the next 30 hours.
So the team planned to recover U.S. Treasury plates from Iraqi insurgents. Meanwhile, DCI's Captain Carissa Sosa, played by Jessica Biel, tries to discourage the team against getting the plates, but don't have any success. So we got another good action scene. And the back.
That's it!
That's not good. He is not happy.
By the way, BA got since a risky helicopter experience a big fear of flying. It's outmatched in this movie.
I love it when a plan comes together.
But then the money and the vehicle, General Morrison get destroyed by Brock Pike and his men from Black Ops. Without Morrison's assistance, Hannibal faced BA and Holland Mad ending up in jail and... Seriously? Another time skip? So Agent Lynch gave Hannibal the information that Brock Pike may be trying to sell a plate with the help of the Outback. Makes a deal with Lynch that his team gets full installment and clean records, in which Lynch agrees.
Yeah, back then I was trying to, trying to not over to push the limit of 15 minutes because
He's
I
one of our here, so that's actually not the case.
built the runtime.
Whoa. Permitted. My.
Steven Seagal wannabe.
That's honestly kind of funny.
I'm Italian though. Oh.
Did they have HDTV in the 80s?
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I was also
What's the TV
back then. I
show?
was also like, okay, is this movie like set in the 80s? Because as mentioned again, back then I thought this was a meant to be a prequel, and it is of course a modernized reboot. So
Reboot.
there you go.
Because no person outside this movie have imagined that this would be a reboot or something like that. Anyway.
Hannibal then helps Face unknown his will to escape the prison. Then a follow-up with BA. And then at last with HF, who now resides in Germany for some reason.
Is that all you got? There we go.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think I might have felt something there.
You know something too. What a funny scene. Okay.
However, we also met the Sasa character again, who tried to look after HM because the other team members already escaped, as we previously saw.
And his entire team has escaped except him.
Okay, I admit it. That was awesome. But if this is a reboot, why does this movie then have all 3D movies and all 3D glasses? I mean, this movie had more technological stuff, but then I got all that stuff from the 80s and then from today, and it's just confusing. So that's what I meant with not being a reboot.
Do let me know how it is.
By the way, guys,
Chris,
feel free
where
to
are you at? Hey, stay beautiful, baby.
So they use the CGI plane to escape. But it gets destroyed, and they sink themselves into a tank that's slower, so it's free parachutes. Just go with it.
I don't believe it.
So we have
I don't even care about the illogical things here anymore.
The parachutes get destroyed too, and so do they plan their plans again, like staying self-flat? Check.
Come on, you know we're innocent. You know this.
Why?
Like you lied in Baghdad.
You stop showing yourself.
All right, should we pause?
You lied to me. You're the one who.
When?
Oh, come on. You want to go there?
Yeah, let's
really
go.
wanna-
Is
All right,
this
just to make sure.
backstory?
What?
Is this really the point in the story where they have to have backstory? Like, we're trying to tell a story here where they keep being bogged down with side characters and pointless action scenes and little mentions of backstory that don't really mean anything to the plot.
And I just gotta say, also, well, it's, back then I had this habit to, have the clips play on for too long. It's something I try to, tone it down. It's back then I did that because, I just wanted to make sure that people, will get, for context, that I don't take things out of context, but I think it's best to just talk over the scenes and explain them, and people would have to trust me that I am not taking scenes out of context.
That's fair enough. Well, you're doing really well. I'm talking about the film itself. I decided to get a bit of backstory at that particular moment. I mean, why?
Yeah, the exposition dump.
Yeah, I hate those.
All right, shall we continue?
You heard I was a player. You wanted to play, and then I got serious, and you freaked.
Oh, I freaked.
Yes,
I did not.
Yes,
I did not freak.
You panicked, and you ran. In the end, the truth is worth the risk.
No kiss.
And I believe in you, even if you don't believe it.
What the hell just happened? What's the word? What was that?
How we doing there, big man?
Whatever. After that, they tried to capture the Outback and was mentioned earlier. Does it succeed?
Arnold's back! He's at the wall!
Cha. So they got the guy, but also find out who he is.
You taught me almost everything I know.
You know who this is?
We all do.
Sinestro.
Lord Santa Claus.
Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
We all pray and obey to you, Lord.
No, actually, it's former General Morrison, from which we also would be dead.
A traitor. Then don't draw this out. Kill me.
That's a fantastic idea.
Hastings wants to kill him for the betrayal, but Hannibal wants to talk with Morrison alone.
Your war protest was stealing billions of dollars. I say jump and you say how high. End of story. It is now. I saw your tomb at Arlington.
He first wants to shoot him too, but
Death's too easy. And the last thing we need now is another lie.
like I already said earlier, pretty much stuff for the 80s. But hey, if I would really often talk about that in this movie, then this would take forever.
Yeah,
So
then
they use another
don't talk
plane,
about it
the
so
80s
much.
First upset, then sleepy, and they fly off for the final showdown.
Showtime.
Let's chat and mark on comms for now.
Hannibal got there a call by Sosa, and he's upset because she broke the deal they did earlier. But this dialogue's actually been said by Face.
You listen to me. We're not turning ourselves in.
Let Easy get into his plan.
Okay, he's moving him.
He's moving him.
Don't do this, Hannibal.
Please.
Smith has the plates. Go now.
I've got Morrison taking a shot.
Face used the crane to help Hannibal, but
Oh, this was a hell of a lot easier when it was just 3 plastic cups.
we all hear the plan they did earlier again, but also see how this works in practice.
Distraction. Diversion.
Plain hit and run with a gun, of course, doesn't work. Explanation for the audience, of course, so there's a mine. So that brings us to the next step.
Good one, Jack. Good one. That was a good idea.
The trap! Pull back!
Does this really get no attention outside there?
But one of the bad guys found face, and that gives us a good excuse for action and explosion. This is about to be killed.
Look here. Smile. Wait for the flash.
But BA appeared in the nick of time and for some reason the motorcycle catch fire. And BA got back his ability to kill people again because he stated earlier that he couldn't do this anymore. But now he can.
You see against your haircut, but from that angle you should better put your hat back on.
Where am I? Lynch!
So we got our calamity between Lynch and Hahnemann, and it seems like something's gone wrong.
But as long as Hannibal keeps Lord Santa Claus away from the...
Hannibal, don't do this. Lynch, no!
Never mind.
On the bright side, Hannibal returns the fight back to his face. But then getting shot. But surprise, surprise.
Hannibal, don't do this. Hannibal, please. What?
It turns out that practically everything was planned out all along.
Secret government. It's a great place.
This didn't go through.
And the next day, the military arrests the A-Team despite their help. Sosa gives Face at last a kiss. But for the same time, the key for their freedom.
Whoa.
I love it when a plan comes together.
And that was the 80. What do I think about this movie?
I honestly kind of like this movie. Yeah, it got many stupid and silly moments, but the action can be good at times, and the main characters are really likable. I don't really know if this movie got close to the show, but I want to give it someday a try.
And is it close to the show, Karl?
And I love it when a review comes together.
All right, that's it. So, is it close to the show, Karl? Is it faithful? Is it a faithful adaptation?
I think it's more of a sort of AU version. Like we have the 80s show and we have this new version with different characters and a different setup. I'm still annoyed they were still in that phase of shooting everything halfway in the dark to add atmosphere. And speaking on a personal level in regards to your stuff, I'm glad you figured out how to have the sound level for you're talking over the film and the studio shot at the same level eventually. I struggle with that a bit myself.
Yeah, I'm glad that I eventually figured out how to do it. It took some time, but I would say around 2018, like this was when I finally managed to balance out, the audio problems. Like when it's audible enough, no.
Yes, sir. And
so,
and you got enough confidence to actually show your full face on camera too.
Yeah. So yeah, as you can see, those were some very, truly humble beginnings. And I cringe a lot watching this. So at the same time, I mean that I do, still take some pride in this video because if I, my career as a reviewer, like if I should ever, make it somewhere and there's, like a fan who would tell me, hey Jack, I would love to, do what you do, but I don't know if people like my video, then I will, direct them to my older stuff and tell them, hey, I had my, I wasn't really all that great right from the get-go, but I eventually got better If I can do it, so can you.
Yeah, we all
Absolutely.
start small. From tiny acorns, a mighty oak grows.
Yep.
All right, so who's next?
Oh, I guess I'll go next. First a little bit of a preface. This isn't actually a review. It's a little segment I called "My $2." And well, I did review stuff is quite a bit longer than it was before. So this is more like a kind of a side video, the kind of stuff I did before I really got into doing reviews on a regular basis.
Oh yeah.
This is me kind of like trying out different formats and basically getting my own views on things out into the ether. So, Anthony, if you'd be so kind.
No worries. Let's do it full screen and go.
Future looks amazing. Flying cars, sophisticated robot, talking dog. Machines to fulfill our every need. Looks like paradise. Or is it? Look at this world more closely. There are very few people always what we see maybe a couple of cities. We almost never visit the surface or even mention it at all. And everything is way high up in the sky, with only an occasional mention of cities on other planets. Sounds kind of isolated, doesn't it? Like maybe there's a bit more going on than the paradise in the clouds. Look at colonization. When a civilization spreads out to other countries, the best and the brightest are the ones who leave. The explorers, the ones who are brave and powerful and able to survive a potentially hostile new environment. And the ones who are left behind are, well, not exactly the best of the best. Consider this. The characters that we see most often are George and his family. Now, George goes into work for maybe a couple hours a week to push a single button, and he can't always be trusted to do that right. Yet he seems to be the most technically trained person we see in the series. And even then, he has difficulty coping with the perfectly ordinary machines, like the automatic dog walking treadmill and so forth, around his own house. And robots are quite common. We have characters like Rosie and various other individuals who seem to be programmed with one purpose: serve mankind and keep them safe. Can we pause for a second?
Yeah.
This is what I think. Do you people have any kind of thoughts about what I'm wearing and so forth?
Nothing in particular.
Well, well, for the backdrop, it's just an ordinary sheet, obviously.
Mhm.
Hat, I actually had personally. I paid to have it embroidered with a little thing. Previously, I had just a regular sticker, but it kept peeling off. And that tie is from a blanket that got chewed up by a dog. It has a variety of dog images on it, so I just sewed it over top of a regular tie.
Interesting.
I try to focus on the camera as much as possible. Just talking in a fairly common voice, trying to keep still. This is from the point where I was still experimenting with green screen, so I had to do a lot of static stuff. And I also lay slightly back and forth, but okay, Anthony, please go on.
You got it, Karl.
When mankind left the Earth, all the best and brightest left. And the people left behind are the ones who simply cannot cope without the advanced technology running their lives. Kind of people who wouldn't last 5 minutes on a frontier planet and would probably starve to death if their microwave or fridge broke. This is what people like George Jetson and the other people in the city represent. They're the ones left behind because they couldn't survive anywhere else. Earth has become an asylum. They are kept there and watched over by the robots. The robots are there to make sure that people don't do something incredibly stupid, like push the wrong button and fry themselves. For all we know, there are safety devices directly out of sight. They're just around the corner, or perhaps a giant trampoline underneath that dog walking treadmill and so forth. Because it's quite obvious that humans in this series are complete morons who probably are lucky they don't walk off the edge of the building and fall God knows how far to the street. And if like remnants of mankind, those too stupid to survive elsewhere, are isolated on Earth. What about the really hopeless cases? The people who couldn't even be trusted to push a button without hurting themselves. Yep, I'm going there. That's right. That's where we get the Flintstones. Now, some people might state that all this was disproven with the made-for-TV movie The Flintstones Meet the Jetsons, where the two groups connect and coincide thanks to a time machine. But I don't think that Elroy actually made a time machine. I think he made a teleporter. And they actually went down to the surface. You see, down on the surface is where the really hopeless cases are. The people who are so hopeless with technology, they were deliberately created a world where they could survive using simplistic versions of stuff. Think about it. It can't actually be the past because they know too much. They know about Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol. They know about modern technology. They know about Christmas, for goodness sake. And also consider this. They have electric lamps and television, which means that they have electrical power and broadcasting capabilities. Everything may look like it's made out of stone and wood, but that's all a cover. For example, consider the dinosaurs. In season 1, Dino talks, and indeed seems to be much more intelligent and acts more like a butler to the family than the actual humans are. But after season 1, he went back to just being a plain, ordinary, dumb, dog-like dinosaur. I think he was a spy. He was programmed and built with all of the animals either being sophisticated robots or especially cloned creatures with extra intelligence to help mankind and keep them safe, just like the robots in the world above. When Dino's purpose on the first season of keeping an eye on the family was finished, they had their memories wiped of his true nature, and he goes back deep undercover as a supposedly mindless animal. And yet there is still hope. With the Jetsons, we have characters like Elroy, who was a high-grade genius compared to the others. Of course, given George doesn't really saying much, but the possibility that Elroy and a few others might ultimately be evolved enough, mentally and socially evolved enough, to the point where they can be taken off planet. That eventually humanity might either beat itself out of its dumbness, or the really stupid ones will die out, and the good ones can be saved and put on a distant planet somewhere else. As for the Flintstones, if you watch carefully, you'll see that over the course of the show and the subsequent spin-offs and so forth, technology gradually becomes more and more socially advanced, gradually growing and changing and developing towards a more modern setting as society gradually adjusts to the point where they can handle it, in the hopes that one day these poor fools might be cured. Now, for those of you who may be thinking, hey, what about the Great Gazoo? That's the point. He's just like Dino from the first season. He's an artificially created life form there to test Fred and Barney, to see if they're sophisticated enough to be able to handle the advanced technology which he's offering, disguised as magic. And if they succeed, they and their children might ultimately become the forebears of the new, more sophisticated and less helpless human race. But hey, that's just my $2.
Fascinating.
No, thoughts on that?
I never thought of it before. I never really thought of it before. I just saw, the Flintstones and the Jetsons as, although completely different beasts, similar concepts, but, fuels for nostalgia. So, gosh, fun insight.
Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm. My mind is blown.
And what did you think of the technical details, like the little title inserts and the general sound quality and lighting? Oh, how was that?
It was kind of good.
Yeah, it's decent actually.
Well, I've practiced with a lot of less adept videos, but this is when I first started, I think, to really sort of get my groove in. So I'm glad that you liked it, and I'm taking the word from this to get more modern stuff, and the kind of stuff that you and I are doing, Jack, and that sort of thing. So, yeah, thanks. Who's next?
Have Lucas.
Oh, well, Lucas isn't here to speak for himself.
If nobody else volunteers, I can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Could have your link to your video, please?
No, you didn't I get it? Let me just see here. I believe this is it.
Okay.
For
Better
what?
hang on a second. Open link in new tab. That's the
stream?
That's the link to our live stream.
Oh, whoops. Hold on just 1 second.
Fine.
You trap us in a time loop, talking about ourselves.
And okay, this should be the correct one then.
All right, let's have a go. Hang on a second. Let's share that screen right now. And full screen. Let's go.
It's the first time I watch my own videos, actually. Obviously, other than in Italy.
Hello, my name is Marcus, and welcome to Tabletop Reviews, where today I'm again reviewing a board game. Today I'm having a look at New York Zoo, game from Uwe Rosenberg. It came out in 2020, and I very recently actually got it from an auction. I think, was it the charity auction, or was I can't remember. I bought a few games off a charity auction, and just some I bought. So I can't remember if this was one of the ones from charity auction, but still, let's head to the table, see how it's played. How it's set up on how it's played, and then
I was glitching out for a few seconds.
The rulebook here. All right, so there's some simple steps to the setup. We're going to start off by grabbing the central long central board thing here. So put them in the middle of it all. And the box of animals shall be put somewhere in the middle so everyone can see it. Some of these areas here are called bays, and in those are where you will put all of your tiles.
You know, I do like the multiple camera angles.
Having 3 different ones. And
Yeah, I kind of worked with that at the start to kind of make it my own style.
Medium light green, medium dark green, and completely dark green.
Amazing.
Of course, you simply distribute the correct colors at the correct places. Starting with the lightest color. So it should be the darkest color on top. Then you will grab your large elephant meeple and place it where the red circle or red dot is at. And you'll grab your attractions, as they're called. All the green ones are called enclosures. And you can split them up according to size in a reachable area, maybe next to the animals. Just an example. And then you will need some individual player boards. You simply grab all the ones that are marked for 3 players. You can see that in the bottom left corner. And if it wasn't obvious, you're gonna need 3. And then distribute those out to each player. And the number in the bottom right will tell you who goes first, who goes. All right. And now every person gets 2 starting animals denoted by the top left and top right of your individual player board. You simply grab those and put them over in your houses. I can't remember what they're called. Anyways, and that's about it. That's the setup. There's quite a lot of pieces that needs to be distributed and stuff. So yeah, it's quite a lot. I'm actually recording this afterwards. I know I didn't mention it in the talking point. I just quickly mentioned here that there's quite a lot of things that need to go out. But if you've played a couple times, then it's easy enough. You just gotta remember, follow the colors here and do what it says there, and all of that. You just need to have played it a couple of times, then you get it. A little aid is at the top of your play cards. It shows you the rules. Rules for specific things. But again, if you haven't read the rules, haven't played it, you don't understand what those mean. Anyways, that's the setup. It's quite a lot. It actually takes a bit too much wide space, so I can't actually quite have it on this table. A bit annoying. But let's get into gameplay. Yes. To start off your turn, you can move the elephant 1, 2.
Oh, you want me to pause it?
Yeah.
Going.
Got it.
You mentioned it before, Jack, about the multiple angles there. It was what I was trying to do in the first, to kind of make my own style of this, where I talk over, sort of inspired by Shut Up and Sit Down. Because it's, I feel you when you say cringe, the me being very nervous in front of camera and pausing a lot there. Nowadays, I would kind of cut that out or perhaps record it again just to get it correct. So,
all right.
Yeah, I find that when you're shooting something like that, it's a good idea to pause when you make a mistake, do it over again, and then edit it back together again. But I see what you're doing here with a sort of a podcast kind of, free form kind of thing.
Yeah, but it takes a lot of time. So nowadays, I just try to do it for the big reviews rather than every review. But I like the style. Continue, Anthony.
All right.
Or Marcus. Rights, of course. The way you count spaces is any place there are green tiles and any place there are 2 animals. If you reach a brown path, you skip over it. And if there's ever a place with green tiles that's empty, you can skip over it. If you land on a green tile, you get to take the top green tile of that pile and place it into your zoo. If you land on one of the blue spaces with animals, you get to grab one of each of those animals, and then you get to place them in your zoo or in your storage area. If you grab an animal, you also get to take an animal from your storage area of the same kind to kind of empty out your storage area, because of course you want animals. If you can always choose to just take one animal, but then you'll only get one of that kind. You don't get 2 of that kind. If you skip over a brown path, then the animal shown will they'll multiply, let's call it that. Basically, if you have 2 of that kind of animal in an enclosure, then you will get a 3rd. That's basically what you do on your turn. Now everything after this is kind of just what might happen because of that. One thing I want to mention is if you have 3 of an animal in an enclosure, you can use a tile. This, I'm just going to show you in camera, to kind of put down instead of those 3, and then you have, it counts as 3. It's pretty neat. If you have a lot of players, you might run out of these ones. But anyways, when you take an animal and place it in, a few things might happen. 1, nothing at all, because it's the first animal you place into that field. 2, of course, if you have 2 and you skip over a brown path, you get an extra one. If you place an animal that completely fills up an enclosure, a green space, you get to empty that green space and grab any attraction that you want. And you get to keep one of those animals. That's about it, yeah. Those are the rules. It's quite a simple game, actually. But of course, there's a few things to think about as you move. Final thoughts thing, yeah. The aim of the game is to be the first person to fill out your brown spaces on your player board, and therefore being player number 1 means you have a few more spaces to fill out other than player 3, but you have the advantage of starting the game, and player 2 in second. So it does well there to kind of balance it out to make it pretty fun. Oh boy, I haven't touched everything. There's a few things to keep in mind, but as soon as you get to play the game, it's quite simple and easy enough. But I do believe that I've talked about everything that there is to talk about within the rules and stuff now. So yeah, yeah. Let's head back up to my final thoughts. And there we are. That's how you play the game and set it up and are ready to, play. Whatever. I'm a little bit down here. I can't remember what I'm supposed to say. But luckily I have written it down right here. So we're of course going to be starting off with, I'm getting a bunch of mails. Sorry. We're of course going to be starting off with how the gameplay is. I think 2 words I would put to it is strategic and reactive. Because you can kind of strategize and be like, okay, maybe they move 2 and then I can move 3, or how many you can move, right? But it's also kind of reactive, because if they move too far or too short, not far enough, then you have to kind of react to that and be like, okay, what can I do instead? How can I use it? And of course, it's simple enough. Move the elephant around, pick up whatever it lands on or what it jumps over or whatever, and play it in. But although it's been quite simple, it does, as I say, with the strategic reactive, it makes you think before I just move the elephant to something. It's like, how are my opponents doing? How many, what do they need? Okay, what do I need? Before placing any animal on the tile, it's like, okay, what can I get next? How can I place this in? What would be good? All these things. It's there's multiple things to think about before you just do something, but luckily you have some time to think about it. So yeah, that's summing up the gameplay. I think it's good. I think it's very good gameplay. I love these kinds of with the shapes. What the hell is the word for that? Polyaminous. That word. I really like those. Baron Park is another game I have that I really love in this kind one. I will make a review of that eventually, of course. And I'm always looking for games that have these polyamorous traits, because I really like those. So yeah, let's move on to the components. Quite a few components in here to talk about. Of course, you have the cardboard cutouts, whatever you want to call them, that you use for your enclosures and stuff. I think they're fine. They remind me a lot of the ones in Baron Park, as I said. They're also quite simple and fine. There's nothing wrong with them. And some of these ones, like, they are not amazing, and you're like, oh my god, but they're very fine and they fit in. And it's not like if you put them in, they're incredibly stuck or difficult to put in if you have a little crevice or whatever. So I think they're pretty good. Of course, the meeples, I really like the meeples. They feel like good, high-quality meeples. They look amazing, and they portray the animal that they're supposed to portray. You're not in any doubt whatsoever about what animal you have where. I think I think the meeples are really great. The central board, the thing you slide out, is it's a little bit. It's fine, but it's. I'm always afraid, like sitting with it right now, I'm afraid it's gonna take damage. It doesn't feel as high quality as the other cardboard things in it one, because this one is definitely also a cardboard wood thing. Wood, I think, is more along the lines. Is it cardboard? I don't know exactly the word for it, so I'm just gonna use cardboard wood. I don't know. I'm sorry. That's English is just my second language. Sorry about that. But opposite the enclosure things that you have, the central board feels a little bit lower quality, and as I said, will it take damage? I mean, it won't. I have had plenty of evidence that it doesn't, but it feels lower quality. All right. The rule book is the kind of rule book I want. It's a page flipper, and it just goes from page to page exactly how you want to do it, giving you examples of gameplay. This rule book entitles exactly how I want a rule book to be. This is how I want a rule book. I love it. And of course, artwork, I always mention. In this one, I mean, there's not a lot of artwork to write home and go. It's just, it has to be planes. It has to be reminiscent of the animals. You can kind of say the artwork does what it has to do in this game. Not really something overly impressive, but it's fine. It's perfectly fine. You know what it is, and you know what it is, what it's supposed to be, and where the animals go and all that. So it's fine. Is there anything more I'm missing to talk about? The components, I don't think. I think I've mentioned all the components that are in here. So the theme, to me, is something that goes through. When the New York Zoo, you're building a zoo, so therefore it makes sense to me, because, like, if you ask me, it's a puzzle. It is a puzzle to make a zoo. You have to, these animals here, these animals here. You can now, of course, in this one you can only have one animal per enclosure, which in reality you can't. But at the same time, makes sense because there's some animals you don't want to mix and some animals you might want to mix. So I feel all of the essential of this one, of course, not that, I've now got it full, now I can remove all the animals and get a food stand. That, of course, doesn't make sense. That's a gameplay thing, but all the other things, I think, make a lot of sense. Otherwise, towards the theme of it. So, does it lie to you? Well, it actually says here, I'm flipping it. Okay. Anyway, it says right here, 10 and up years, 1 to 5 players, 30 to 60 minutes. So the minute-wise, let's flip it around again here. Minutes-wise, 30 to 60 minutes. Very close. Of course, a learning game might take longer. More players take longer, but yeah, 30 to 60 minutes sounds about right. About what you would expect. 10 and up. I mean, there isn't really anything written. You just kind of have to understand to move the elephant and see what it is that is on there. So, that's that is something. I don't know. Maybe you could go a little bit younger, just because it's nothing written. It's all visual, so it might make sense. But at the same time, it's the puzzle aspect, which is very different from any puzzles you will actually find. You don't have a given answer. So that's maybe why. Maybe it's quite accurate. Maybe we can go a little bit lower. But there are rule adaptations for a specific number of players. Of course, a one-player game is going to be completely different. But I think there's some adaptations to the rules for 2 and 3 players within the rule book. And that to me tells that this was made for maybe a higher player count, because the lower player count seemed to have specific rules. So it tells me this game was maybe made for a higher player count rather than the lower, and therefore they had some adaptations to make it that way. But to me, it works perfectly fine at 2 or 5 or 3 or 4. I haven't played 1, of course. I don't really play solo. It's just me. But it is fine. But there are some rule adaptations, which, But the final score that I'm going to give it is actually going to be a 9 out of 10. Yeah, very close to one of the best perfect game. 10 out of 10. Ooh. But I really like this game. As I said, I love the theme. It's an animal theme. It's a zoo theme. That's my kind of freaking theme. And just the gameplay of the polyamorous. It's perfect fine how you get them with Moon the Elephant. I think all of this comes together to make a really great game that thematically fits. So yeah, and as I say, with rule adaptations, yes, but it has a widespread range of players you can be. So I think it's a really great game, 9 out of 10. And of course, am I keeping it? Yes. The answer is yes. I am in fact keeping this game. It's going to stay in my collection for a long time, I think, and I'm going to play it a lot. I really like this game. I'm really glad that I got a hold of it. And that's another episode of Tabletop Reviews done. Hope you enjoyed this episode, and I hope you will see me. Hope to see you in the next one. Bye.
Right on.
All right.
I definitely did some things right, but also a lot of things wrong in those early videos. That's
you did tend to go off on tangents a couple of times, and not quite sure where you're going to go next. That's understandable.
I would say this final verdict. This was definitely in terms of length. This was an interesting length as far as final verdicts go. Like they usually go on for, I would say, 2 or 3 minutes. This one was, a non-traditional length.
Definitely.
I think one problem that I have is I spent too long on the final thoughts. They take a little too much time.
That's most of the video, yes.
But it was an interesting, insight about the game itself.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the part before the final starts, you were doing pretty well for most of it till the end when you started saying like, okay, have I got everything covered here? Yeah. And then,
and in my newer videos, I do cut that out or not say it all.
That's what we all do. We look at earlier stuff and we think, oh god, I was so terrible, but I learned things. and you moved on.
You learn from your
Exactly.
mistakes, right? So
Well, this has been awesome. I'm very glad I was able to spend time with you and share my thoughts and that sort of thing. I've got to get going myself. It's almost 3:00 here, and I do have other things to do today.
All right,
Well,
I can.
Wouldn't mind going next.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Carl. It was nice to have you
See you,
here.
Carl. It was
I'm looking forward to doing.
Hope we can do this again.
It was nice to meet you.
And call yeah, likewise, I feel over and you too, Marcus and Anthony, of course. And if any of you want to do a collab or anything with me, just let me know. We'll sort something out.
Definitely.
See y'all.
See ya.
Bye.
And to all the fans out there, stay crazy.
Absolutely.
Bye.
So, looks like I'm next in the firing line. This was back in 2019. Now, mind you, I started reviewing back in 2011, but this was a review that I was admittedly proud of doing. Let's get it. Oh, excuse me. So, we'll just restart that. This is the thumbnail that I did, as you could clearly see. And here we go.
Hey everybody, and Tony here with a review of Masculin Féminin, known in English as Masculine Feminine.
I'll pause it right here. That was me. Your eyes are not deceiving you, ladies and gentlemen. Gentlemen.
All right.
Wow.
You could compare how I used to look like and me now. That was actually my second heaviest weight. I think that must have been one of my heaviest weights. So comparing to me right now, as you could clearly see in the camera, you could see how I kind of came a long way.
I mean, the haircut's the same.
Pretty much. Let's proceed.
All right.
I saw Babylon, and which was released on March 22, 1966. This film was directed and written by Jean-Luc Godard. It was produced by Anatole Doma. The cinematography was done by Willy Courant. The music was composed by Jean-Jacques Debout. It was edited by Agnès Guillemot, and it starred the talents of Jean-Pierre Léaud, Chantal Goya, Marlène Jobert, Michel Debord, Catherine Isabelle Duport, Brigitte Bardot, Antoine Boussillet, and Françoise Hardy. Now, I did not know what I was going to get myself into in terms of this film, but since this is one of the films that was directed by Jean-Luc Godard, I knew that I was going to get myself into something that was quite interesting and rather enjoyable to watch. And I was not disappointed whatsoever after I saw Masculin Féminin in its entirety. Story-wise, this tells the tale of a young aspiring journalist by the name of Paul and his relationship with an aspiring pop star in the form of Madeleine. They go through life in the Parisian city, complete with a lot of hijinks ensuing, and especially in terms of Paul's budding career as a journalist and Madeleine's ever-growing career as a pop singer. So this story is rather quite quirky in its own special way, and it's also balanced out by some very interesting and very colorful characters, especially when you have the likes of Paul and Madeleine taking center stage. However, what I seem to notice about the story is that even in spite the main focus of Paul's and Madeleine's growing career perspectives and their relationship, there's also a bunch of very screwed up stuff happening. Like we see a woman killing her husband and therefore being interrogated of what was going on. We see another woman who is in the train with two black men, and there's a shooting that's about to happen. We even get to see a man who threatens Paul, but then commits suicide by stabbing himself with his own knife. So it really does show that a lot of really screwed up things do happen in the city of Paris, but nonetheless, it is still quite fascinating to watch. It's also helped that the story is separated in 15 vignettes chronicling Paul's ever growing ambition as a journalist, Madeleine's ambition as a pop singer, and their friends who include the likes of Elisabeth, Catherine, and Robert, who are basically involving themselves in a lot of protests and a lot of things 20 somethings would do in the 60s. So this was definitely quite fun and quirky and absolutely enjoyable to witness, and I was not left bored whatsoever. The cinematography has that grainy, gritty quality to be expected from a lot of French New Wave cinemas. It also resembles what real life looks like through the camera lens, and I was able to be completely involved in everything it had to offer. What I also noticed about the cinematography was the usage of long shots in terms of the characters' reactions. Like, for example, you have one character who's being focused on while another character is speaking, which is basically to drive home the fact that, according to Jean-Luc Godard and many other acting specialists or even film acting specialists, acting is all about reacting. So basically, what your partner has to say, you also have to kind of react to it in the way you would normally react to whatever he or she says. The character reactions are rather genuine without feeling too over the top, and they basically show how conversations between 20 somethings would go and how they would react to certain topics, such as the literature they read, and even what they hear in the news, and what they hear on television, what they hear on the radio, what they read on magazines. Anything and everything can happen. The music is also quite enjoyable as we get to hear Chantal Goya's singing voice singing some songs about how love is and how her feelings towards Paul is in one of those songs. And it's definitely a reflection of Paul's and Madeleine's relationship with each other. And what's also worth mentioning about the sounds is that we get to hear, after every little vignette, a crashing sound, probably to show that it might have been the end, or maybe something extremely chaotic might happen, even in spite of that. That also shows the crazy yet quirky lives of these 20 something characters. And after that crashing sound, which is a prelude to the next scene, we hear some dialogues and monologues said by each of the characters. And speaking of the characters, they're all quite quirky and quite enjoyable to witness. What we have in Paul is that he starts off as the boy next door. He's nice, he's unassuming, he has a very shy and very meek presence on screen. He's definitely an example of a boy next door who has no ulterior motives and who seems to do no harm. That is until later in the film does he start to become a lot more exuberant, a lot more sarcastic, a lot more snarky, and someone who is unafraid to let all of his emotions just pour out of his guts. He is a very entertaining male lead, and I enjoyed each and every single moment he was on screen. His metamorphosis from being this shy, unassuming lad to being this extroverted and very vocal youth is just so fascinating and so fun to watch. Madeleine is essentially the girl next door who has aspirations of becoming a pop singer after her stint of being involved in working in a store. She does have this very sweet and very humble girl next door personality, and when she gets famous as a pop singer, she doesn't allow herself to rub it in everyone's faces. She still maintains her meek and humble self while ensuring that everything she works hard for in terms of her craft as a singer does not go unnoticed. She is someone who is really genuine and really wonderful as a character, and she's also just plainly wonderful in terms of how she's able to reach her goals and in terms of how she's still able to be as meek and humble as she's always been. Elizabeth, out of the female leads, is very vocal and very opinionated in terms of everything she experiences that's going on in society and in the government and everything that is going on in Parisian life. She's someone who is unafraid to speak her mind and is very gutsy in terms of how she likes to get her foot down. Robert is basically the best friend of Paul, and even though he isn't really that deep of a character, he does have some very enjoyable lines to say, and one can tell that his friendship with Paul isn't really too much on the romantic side of things, but it's rather genuine, and it's really nice to see these two have a very well-meaning and nice relationship as friends. Kathleen Isabel, or simply Kathleen, is someone who does have feelings for Paul, but is also understanding of how he feels for Madeleine, and she is very conscientious about how both of them feel for each other, and she's unafraid to even say her mind or even ask them if they truly feel for each other in a much deeper manner. There's also a scene where Brigitte Bardot and Antoine Boussaillet rehearse their lines in a cafe, and it's also quite interesting seeing these two wonderful French actors give it their all in terms of how they say their lines and how they communicate with each other and how well they work off of each other. So overall, the characters are really interesting, really quirky, and they have something about them that makes them so likable and so enjoyable to watch. Special acknowledgement really has to go to Paul and Madeleine, as they are the centerpiece of the story, and their relationship is what makes them quite the catalyst to witness. The acting is just as amazing. You have Jean-Pierre Léaud, who is able to give Paul's boy next door personality with a certain amount of flair and a certain amount of youthfulness that he was able to exude in the male lead. And for that, his acting was incredibly believable, and he was able to win my heart in terms of how he sold it in his role. He was basically playing himself, and it was natural. Chantal Goya gives a very sweet and very genuine portrayal of Madeleine. She was able to use her singing voice really well in terms of how she was able to sing her songs, all thanks to that lilting and soft voice, which has made her so well known as a singer. I definitely enjoyed how she was able to be so natural and so well kept as a very fine young woman. Marlène Jobert was able to give Elizabeth a lot of fire, passion, and determination, and she was able to be as gutsy as she was in this role that she practically stole the show. Michel Dubois as Robert was able to make him a rather sympathetic and very well-meaning friend to Paul, and even though his character wasn't that deep, he was still able to be quite entertaining in his own special way. Catherine Isabelle Duport was absolutely lovely as Catherine, as she was able to take advantage of her girlish charms and her absolutely darling screen presence to make this character come alive. There were also some wonderful performances, not only accomplished by the likes of Antoine Boussaillet and Brigitte Bardot, who really stole the show in that one scene they have in the cafe, but also that of Françoise Hardy as the American officer's wife, as she was able to do a fine job in this role. So overall, Masculin Féminin was an absolute treat to watch. With its quirky, offbeat set of characters and its wonderful direction as accomplished by Jean-Luc Godard, I was able to be completely involved with what this film had to offer. And for that, I give this film a well-deserved rating of 4.5 out of 5 stars. Sure, some of the characters could have used a little bit more depth, but in spite of all that, I definitely enjoyed everything Masculin Feminin had to offer. And for those of you who watched this film, what did you think of it? Did you really feel like Paul and Madeleine served as fine leads? Was there a character who stole the show for you? Or did you feel like there was someone from the cast of characters that you did not like in particular? Comment below and let me know. Well, that's all for now. Be sure to tune in much later for my review of Au bout de souffle, which I also saw at the King of Babylon. So until then, have a great day, everybody.
Well,
That was a lot to take in.
Yeah.
No, well, one part that I really liked was when you were talking about the reaction shots, like when they were focusing on what they about the reaction as they didn't really show the characters talking, but the way they react. That was actually a pretty good take.
Thanks. It was something I learned from my years as an acting student, and it's something that's been ingrained with me ever since. Any more reaction?
I would say you're pretty good at not having a monotone voice. Like you actually want to listen to what you have to say.
I agree.
Thanks. Thanks so much. It was a film it's a movie review out of all the French New Wave films that I caught in King of Babylon that I felt like was so proud of, because for me it was not just something that I enjoyed naturally, but it was also something that I watched it and I knew I had to make the review immediately. And of course, there was also the feedback that I received from a lot of commenters and some very interesting, discourse that I managed to find myself in with the people in the comment section below, as you can clearly see. So, never did I expect a lot of these takes to come out, and this was also something that, like I said, I was very proud of making. The feedback that I received was, and of course the additional back and forth that I received from this movie review said a lot. And this one was actually my favorite, because it also kind of made me realize that you learn a lot from the people who leave constructive criticism in your videos, and that to me, especially as a reviewer, is something that I can never ever take for granted. So
yeah, especially with how the YouTube comment section goes. I mean, constructive criticism is definitely appreciated.
Absolutely. That leaves us with Coffee Lover.
All right, I've got my video lined up here. This is one when I was still getting my footing on the site as well, and it's kind of one that, ironically enough, is the second viewed of everything I've done on the site, yet it's not one of my more viewed reviews. So I wanted to bring a little more attention to it, and probably some other bits, and I looked back with this that kind of aren't the best, but you know what? I'm still glad with my actual discussion of this particular game here. It's my review of From Software's Metal Wolf Chaos, which is a very interesting story, as you'll soon find out.
All right.
You got it. Time to share that screen.
Oh, yeah. All right. And
full screen ahead.
Here we go. Yes. Indeed. All right. And before anyone asks, that theme right there that I'm using is actually the theme to the show Psych, because it's one of my favorites. I just binged it properly this year, but it often describes how I feel with a lot of the reviews and stuff. And given that the re-release of this kind of got a more mixed reception, yeah, like with some of what they're saying, some actual reviews, but let's just get back to it now. We'll get back to it here. You'll see how I feel about it soon.
Got it.
All right. Boom! Smash cut to the game, and it is the XD version there. Because yeah. Have you ever wanted a game that screams? Yes, it does. This game I had to make that reference. Be warned, it's kind of a mishmash of game design that, once you figure it out, you probably won't be taking too long to beat it. Metal Wolf Chaos is a third-person shooter mech game developed by From Software and originally published by them. It first came out on the original Xbox on December 22nd, 2004, but only in Japan. You see, the game was originally made to help out the Xbox in Japan, as it wasn't doing particularly well with the lack of Japanese developers supporting it. So Microsoft teamed up with From Software to make a more simplified Armored Core with American themes. But due to the post-9/11 political climate in the States, and the releasing of it so close to the Xbox's end-of-life cycle, it only came out in Japan. The game still grew a strong cult following because of its very patriotic nature, still having full English voice acting and YouTube videos. This cult following led to Devolver Digital expressing interest in localizing the game in 2016. With the help of General Arcade, a remastered version subtitled Metal Wolf Chaos XD was released worldwide on August 6, 2019 for PS4, Xbox One, and PC. With the game finally having a worldwide release, how does it hold up? Well, it's a bit rough to say the least. The story takes place at the end of the first quarter of this century. The US is stuck dealing with civil and economic unrest. Vice President Richard Hawke leads a coup d'etat along with the military and gains control of every government institution. Our main player character, the 47th President of the US, is Michael Wilson. He's a fictional relative of Woodrow Wilson, and his relationship with Woodrow is similar to the real-life relationship between George W. Bush, president at the time this game was released, and his father, George H.W. Bush. Pause right here for a minute. What happens, his reaction can be summed up. I just want to say right now, by the way, with that right there, when you saw the mech literally going out as like Wilson shouts out, "Let's party." That's the sign I should say right there. Don't take this game too seriously, by the way, because it is a bit crazy, and you will see further as we get into the review. But continue now. The bears.
Oh, Richard!
Oh, good.
Oh, dear.
But instead of getting slapped, all right, pause real quick. Now I wanted to give some context for that joke there, actually, that reference. See, in my year-end games that I review, at the end of every year, I always cover the games that I played in general, in addition to stuff I review. Well, see, I used to have sort of breakdowns of the year, but because 2022 was up and down, I decided to forgo doing that. So that was the only time I was going to be able to reference this. So, yeah. Oh, and funny, we pause it right there, because you'll see soon enough. Go ahead and resume it. With a mech, the titular Metal Wolf. It's up to Michael and his secretary, Jody Crawford, to take back the country.
Because I'm the president of the great United States of America.
Perfect timing on that one there. It is primarily a third-person shooter with a mech. Themed mech assault, but with more America. There are 14 missions in the game overall. You'll go through most of the major US cities, and even space at the end. Yeah, space. Metal Wolf literally rides a shuttle to space. The objectives you are given seem complicated, but in reality, they basically boil down to destroy X object. Variants include destroy X object in Y amount of time, or find a boss like a big attack chopper named after Hakeem Olajuwon in the Houston level because that's so on the nose. That's not the only reference like that in the game. You do these objectives to take back the US from Richard Hawke. Some levels have you destroy specific things, but generally it boils down to the simplicity I mentioned earlier. In the levels, you'll find energy pods. Every 5 pods you get will boost your mech's health, which you will definitely need later on. There are also prisoners of war, POWs, that you rescue. You shoot their cell with light arms to free them. Sometimes they'll have bombs attached to them that count down when you get near them, and if you don't destroy it fast enough, they die. Use a sniper
mine was
rifle for these
bladed.
POW boxes, just not a heavy arm sniper rifle. When you rescue some of them, they'll boost economy and technology parts, which nets you more money to spend on making new weapons, and the tech parts help with getting the weapons by giving you materials to make the weapons. Basically, money invest, and money and materials build weapons. Speaking of weapons, there are plenty of weapons in this game. Light arms include handguns, shotguns, machine guns, and assault rifles. Heavy arms include things like bazookas, missile launchers, grenades, some sniper rifles, but not all, some railguns, and multi-missiles. You can even use a damn flamethrower. Some arms take both hands, some only need one hand. Experiment and see which weapons work best for which missions. I'm serious, by the way. In order to survive in this game, you'll need to have strong weapons, and you need to be fast and alert. But that's also part of what hurts the gameplay. For first-time players, you're not really going to know what weapons and strategy works best on a mission. The first set of missions aren't too much trouble, but soon after the second mission, the game ramps up. Suddenly, you have to destroy a cannon on Alcatraz before it activates. And you're platforming in the Grand Canyon while trying not to mull around the bridges. And the Houston mission, of course. While this keeps a sense of unpredictability, it also leads to frustration, mainly because there are no checkpoints in these missions. While they are short, you probably won't beat most of them on your first go. Some of them are also downright evil. Liberty Island is complete bullshit, and you'll have to hope you stop that tank fast enough to beat it when it starts running you off the bridge. And in New York, the boss there can one-hit kill you if you're not careful. It's shit like this that makes me think From Software wants us to suffer the same way those of the assholish variety want me to suffer. So, yeah, The simple? Massacre Truth Guess stuff there, again. but
Mm.
Now, don't get me wrong. A good challenge is rewarding, but even then, From Software pushes it too far at times. Simple from a gameplay point, but not a strategy standpoint. But you're not expecting strategy because it all boils down to blow X object up. You can dash around, but you only have so much to dash with before your mech starts overheating. And after enough kills, you'll fill up a meter that when you push the two analog sticks in if you're playing with a controller, or push the appropriate button on your keyboard, it unleashes a barrage of missiles that blows up anything in its path, and you're invincible, while Michael yells out,
"How do you like me now?"
another good transition Not that there. you would know, since this game doesn't tell you this until much later on. I'm telling you now so you can save yourself the grief. I think the gameplay mix has to do with the fact that the Armor Core team only implemented the mecha gameplay, while the Otogi team did the main gameplay. The styles don't mix well at times, and the curve in this game can be difficult because of this, especially on higher difficulty modes. While the game's gameplay is a bit mixed, the atmosphere is actually very on point. This game screams America. There are references to American culture, and the whole game is basically America as Japan sees it, especially the patriotism. A lot of influence was taken from the ideas of American culture and comic book heroes, the latter of which regards how the president is portrayed. This is similar to how maybe we exaggerate the Japanese in some media, and yeah, Emphasis on some. and things like that. This isn't quite Team America levels of satire, but you will definitely feel that Bush era to a degree, not overly, but somewhat when playing this game. With simple gameplay to a
Yeah,
degree, the
somewhat.
controls equally match. Left and right triggers fire the weapons in your hands. Two-handed weapons are mapped to both triggers. X button dashes, A jumps, Y you can do a slam attack when in the air, and B opens your backpack, which cycles your weapons. And replace all button prompts with PlayStation prompts if you're playing with a PlayStation 4 controller. Weapons have limited ammo, but you can find ammo packs as you keep playing, and health packs when your health is low. The D-pad taunts. Clicking both thumbsticks with full meter unleashes the super attack, and you can also click in the left thumbstick to dash like Gun Valkyrie, in addition to just holding the button in one direction and just tapping the dash button. In fact, that's kind of what this reminds me of, but that game was way less frustrating than this. Still, the controls work well, and you have a pretty good grasp of Metal Wolf. I primarily played this with an Xbox 360 and later Xbox One controller when I came back to finish it since the mech games I played were primarily console mech games. Keyboard and mouse shouldn't be too far off for those on PC. Graphically, this game actually still looks pretty good. I imagine the original Xbox version looked fine for the time. Here, everything has been cleaned up and looks crisper, especially Metal Wolf itself. Very detailed and a unique color scheme, with many more skins that you can unlock. Environments also look better than they did before. Hostage models haven't aged too well, but the robots, buildings, and everything else all look good. Not even just the graphics, but the actual designs are pretty cool. I'd love to pilot that Metal Wolf, even if some of the levels have me asking.
And what do we got on this thing? A Cuisinart?
Which I literally yelled that out at one point, by the way. The levels
way.
look awesome, especially Vegas and New York, and the design in general kicks serious ass. The sound is also on point. Guns sound pretty intense and impactful. All other sounds sound in place, but it can be a bit hectic with all the action going on. Music fits, even if it is a bit generic and too background-ish because of the chaos. You can unlock music by rescuing POW musicians. The voice acting is cheesy as hell, but it works for a game like this because of how everything is over-exaggerated. The actors probably had a blast doing this. All full English voice acting, by the way, no Japanese voice acting. There's quite a bit of replayability here. Beating the game once unlocks Fever and Hell mode for different difficulties, movie viewer, and a new title screen. Beating missions on Hell mode unlocks new skins, super weapons you can earn by getting S rankings on specific missions, and getting all collectibles unlocks UFO missions, get all POWs, and max out your energy pods for the strongest mech. Metal Wolf Chaos revels in its theme of America, but the gameplay mixes don't mesh very well without a hell of a lot of strategy. It looks, sounds, and controls well, and when you figure out the curve, it plays well with plenty to keep you coming back. But first-time players may find it a bit difficult, especially if you've only dabbled in mech games just a little. If you're going to give this a go, have a guide ready if you're not strong in mech games, or play on easy. That said, the whole game is an experience you won't forget once you play it once. Because of that, I'm giving Metal Wolf Chaos a 3.5 out of 5. I'm happy it came out in America eventually, but I do wish the gameplay was a bit more tighter. Thanks for
There we
watching.
go.
If you like what you saw, click the big red
there's
button
my
below to
outro.
subscribe. Check out the other links in the description for more cool stuff. And check out the playlist on screen for more content. See you in the next video. And that song there in my outro comes from Spike Out Battle Street, actually, which I reviewed way many years ago, and I almost want to re-review that. But yeah, that review there, honestly, I really just wanted to go into detail, just give my own thoughts about it, my own experience, basically, with how much that game was just, well, like I said, somewhat rough around the edges, but I guess the ultimate best way I probably could have really summed it up is like it's an acquired taste. I guess that kind of sums up most From Software things in general, seeing as how especially a lot of their later stuff in general really cranked up the difficulty when they started, of course, with the Soulsborne stuff. And not quite sure how Armored Core 6 fares. I do have many of them, but yeah. I do feel like I could have done some stuff, maybe a little bit, rephrase some things better, but you know what? I'm so glad that I got to review it.
Very, very fascinating. I've never heard of this game before, so I thought you did a very fine job and succinctly. And I say succinctly because I don't think there's a lot of video game reviewers who could sum up the overall technicalities in under 15 minutes, let alone in 12 minutes. Because if I were to dare review a video game, I'd have to go deep into like all the technicalities, like what to do, and of course, since I also care about the characters as well. So,
well, keep in mind, I'm mostly focusing, like I said, on the gameplay side, since that's what matters the most. If I'm not having fun with a game, basically, then what's the point, really? And as long as I can break the mechanics down mostly, that's what it should be, at least here. The gameplay is at least solid. You can definitely have a lot of fun with it. And like I said, this one has a little bit of a curve to it, basically, but probably less than Armored Core from what I've heard. So, yeah.
And this is also coming from someone like me who's been enjoying fighting games like Tekken, Soul
Mhm.
Calibur,
That stuff's
Street
right up
Fighter
my alley.
ever since I was a very little kid.
Yeah, but like I said, this one here basically it never even really, like I said, didn't get a US release proper until like
Wow.
2019, like 15 years after it came out basically.
Gosh.
I know, right? And like I said, that's a lot of it there. And actually, what's interesting here that I didn't get to mention is that one of the original designers, I think on the game here, mentioned basically like why he was surprised like and didn't know why basically Westerners would want to play an old Xbox game not released in their region. Here it is. Yeah, producer Masanori Takeuchi basically. Yeah, he basically didn't know why eventually they would, even despite the fact that this game had such a strong cult following. And yeah, that post 9/11 climate stuff actually was true, basically. Although, basically, Takeuchi did express some remorse for the game not being able to get a worldwide release, and it left Metal Wolf Chaos as a handful of Japanese Xbox exclusives until, well, until 2019.
Ah, fascinating. Very
Yeah.
fascinating trivia.
Thanks. Like, it really is a very unique game, and you see why I like talking about this sort of thing, actually.
Hmm.
Does anyone else have any other thoughts on it, the review, or? Anything? Nothing?
I felt like at some points through it, it sounded a lot like you were just reading from like a script.
Well, I do script out my stuff in advance, basically, as well. Keep in mind, I still do try to express out myself the best way I can with it here. It's still all my words. Like, I can't have someone else do it, basically. It has to come from my thoughts, basically, and my experiences in the game. Like, if it's not my experience, then what's the point again?
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's true.
Exactly. Oh, and I would also like to bring up that my review was basically unscripted.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, the only thing that was rather scripted was like listing down the name of the film and then the people behind, like director, filmmakers, and all the actors involved. So,
right.
Other than that, it was just like, if ever I stumble, and that's why you notice a lot of the because I edited them. It's basically me recording and then editing it.
Yeah, exactly. Here, not many people can go unscripted. Sometimes I'll improvise a little bit, basically, where applicable, but I usually tend to stick to my scripts pretty closely. But sometimes I'll improvise a little bit here if need be, but not often. It's not one of my strengths. I stick to what I know, and yeah, as long as I have an idea of what I'm going to say as well, then yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really good at talking freely on the camera either. So that's relatable.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd definitely say so.
I mean, I used to hate seeing myself on camera, but now, ever since I've been doing this whole online reviewer thing and, of course, acting thing for many years, I'm more accustomed to it, and it's also a confidence booster. Mega confidence booster.
Right.
And I'm not saying this is just as, being full of hubris or anything, but it's just a sort of way to realize, okay, this is where I kind of went wrong. This is where I went okay. And then, yeah. And back then, that was also when I used to apply Final Cut Pro on my old MacBook. But ever since then, having that MacBook for nearly 10 years, it's kind of time to say farewell to it. And what I have on me is a Huawei laptop, and I use a completely different editing software. But back then, when I had my older laptop, I used to edit with Final Cut Pro, but then something went awry, and then I had to use another editing software. And let's just say that the 2020s were a very interesting year for me as a reviewer, because 2021 I used a completely different editing software. 2022 I didn't upload anything for like 11 months until I ended up getting a new laptop. And that was when I started to use another editing software. The editing software I use these days is called HitFilm. Sometimes I kind of do forget to edit out some parts, but other times I just try to make sure that it's smooth and understandable, which fortunately in some of my later reviews it's been okay. But the one of my latest reviews that actually has been continuing to get some traction is my Tosca review starring Freddie De Tomaso, who is like this young British tenor of Italian heritage, and he was good. He was really good technique, and a lot of promise ahead of him.
I know you've mentioned HitFilm Express. I actually, tried, switching from, Vegas Movie Studio to the exact same program. The problem is that, I don't know, perhaps it's my laptop, but it simply cannot handle like the program. Like at first, the editing software seems to work out fine, but the longer I don't use it, the more impossible it gets. It simply won't. Simply starts freezing. Like whenever I use it, perhaps I need.
Yeah.
Perhaps I need something more. Perhaps I need a home computer or something like that. I'm not really sure. So I pretty much just stuck with Vegas Movie Studio because, despite its imperfections, it usually does its job fine.
Right.
I even considered, trying to look up for alternatives, and it's very difficult because there are, of course there are other options, but in terms of, movie studios usually, Vegas is usually very, insightful. Like you immediately, get how to edit these things and like these videos, and with something like the other softwares like HitFilm, like it's usually, I've noticed it like it's you really have to get used to how different its template is compared to Vegas and some of the more simplified editing softwares.
Right.
And I don't really, I'm not really sure how long exactly this the live stream party is going on, but I just gotta say, like it is like a lot of fun. Like I know we've been here for 4.5 hours, but it was really, it is a party to celebrate the 10th anniversary, so yeah, why not keep it this long?
Yeah, definitely.
That's the idea.
And 10 years, I still can't believe it.
Yeah, that's a long time.
Me neither. I couldn't even believe it.
It's pretty impressive to have kept it running for that long.
It really has been.
Exactly.
Yes, and I gotta say, it's while I do know that the site isn't as well known as any other big review website, it's still something that I am very proud of to this very day.
That's a good
I'm
thing.
also proud to be a member of that website too.
And I just want to thank each and every one of you for joining this live stream party. It was absolutely amazing.
I agree. I was glad to be here.
It's been fun.
And
Yeah,
we definitely need to do
really
this
great.
one point again.
Definitely.
Yeah, totally.
Absolutely. 100%.
I was
I'm totally
advised-
game.
I'll get my camera working next time. So
Yeah.
I gotta say,
True.
like, just like mentioned several times, I was absolutely nervous, but I'm really amazed how was able to keep myself together, and I think I did a good job, presenting myself.
I
Yeah, you did.
agree.
You did. And for a
So
first live stream that I've done with you guys, I was quite surprised that I managed to manage.
For a
you
first time, it's
you did a
done pretty
great
well.
job. Though I've gotta ask something, Tony. I mean, like a year ago, I guess. I assume. I've asked about perhaps doing a podcast project for Team Night Saturn. Would you at one point like to make it
Yes.
work, get it off the ground? Oh, great.
Yes, 100%.
All right. I gotta say, I'm really looking forward to this. Like, once you manage to make it work.
I'll
I mean, I
definitely be
know
down
we
to
all
appearing.
have. What?
I'll definitely be down to appearing in a podcast, getting
So
a
am I.
microphone. So
Yeah, and
I
it
mean,
might be
I've
a bit
appeared
easier
in
for
one
some.
podcast, Play a Man Expression, so I think it'd be very great to appear in something like this too.
Yeah, definitely.
Mhm.
To talk about this similar topics like the ones that we've discussed here. Like that was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
So I say we wrap it up.
All right.
Sounds
I
good
just
to
want,
me.
and I just want to say once again, thank you very much. Like I feel truly blessed that we were able to make this happen. And even though I wasn't able to make a short film for the 10th year anniversary, I think the live stream was a pretty sweet alternative. And I mean, we were trying to get it off the ground anyway, so I'm really glad that it all went down as smoothly as it did. And I'm just truly blessed once again. I feel blessed.
I'm very blessed to have been a part of the site for 6 years now. I mean, the fact that I was introduced to it by Christine Suzaki, aka the Asian critic chick,
Who
said a lot.
it's very unfortunate she amongst a few others weren't able to appear in the stream. I mean, I really hope that she is doing fine because I haven't heard anything
I
from her
think
for a
she's
long
got a
time.
lot of filmmaking projects coming along the way. Yeah, both filmmaking and family projects. So mostly filmmaking, as I've seen in her recent feeds, because she's been busy behind the camera. She has been busy behind that camera.
Well, then I really wish her the best, and I hope that we get to hear from her someday again.
Yes, I mean, I would not have been on this site if it were not for Christine Suzaki, because how I managed to be in contact with her was because back then, when I did my top 30 reviews, which looking back in hindsight, it was a little bit much side entries, but the fact that I placed Christine Suzaki's name on there as on the Asian critic chick also showed me that I definitely love her work. She's definitely been one of the many, many reviewers that I looked up to.
Yeah, she's
And as you could see in the video review that I made you watch, parts of it were also inspired by a lot of other reviewers, like, the Black Critic guy, Animat, if you guys know him, Matt Brunet.
Yeah.
He's doing admirably as a voice actor. Who else? And I think a bit of other than that, these were the major influences of my YouTube channel, and of course some of the entries that I've had in my top 30 plus reviewers hasn't really held up. But I assure you that Christine Suzaki is one of the reviewers that still holds a special place in my heart.
Definitely. I mean, she's definitely one of the funniest members on our side. Like her comedic talent is just, it's absolutely mind blowing.
Absolutely. So I also have to salute Christine Suzuki for introducing me to you guys and for helping me find my way into Team Saturn. You, Jack, for realizing my potential. And of course, making it a site where I can archive a lot of my older reviews.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we love to help anyone out. And I'm really just happy that I just gotta say I'm really happy to make anyone's life just much happier, just and bring people together. That's something that and I'm really happy that I was able to accomplish that.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, any last words, Marcus?
I don't know. It's been fun to sit here and watch some of you guys' video, and thank you for the feedback on my own video.
You're welcome.
A major pleasure, man.
Yeah, can't wait to see what the future brings.
Absolutely.
So am I.
Mm-hmm.
Well then, I think this has been a very eventful stream.
Absolutely.
So I say we wrap it up here. So thank you all so much for tuning in to the live stream. And of course, thanks to 10 years of Team Night Saturn epicness and awesomeness.
Let's hope for 10 more years.
Definitely, yeah.
10 more years is definitely gonna be something that is worth aiming for. The sky's the limit in terms of Team Night Saturn.
Absolutely.
Please support our review sites. We got a lot of wonderful, faces that are gonna be worth watching. And if you want to be a member of Team Night Saturn, please join in. We are looking for wonderful reviewers to be on the site. It doesn't matter what you specialize in. We're always looking for reviewers who have heart, reviewers who have passion, and reviewers who have charisma. So please join Team Night Saturn right now. It is something that you will never regret. Until then, this is Santoni.
And this is Jack.
This is Marcus.
This is Coffee Lover.
And we all hope that you had a wonderful time with us. And take care, everybody.
Take care.
Bye, everybody. Take care of yourselves and each other.
Until next time.